All right. Let's get this day going. Hey, Day Nice, how are you? Hopefully, you're doing all right. Appreciate you rocking on in here so quick. Folks, if you're joining me anywhere other than TikTok, please make sure that you say hi in the chat so that I can greet you back. If you are watching me on Substack, I can't see your chat. Just know that I'm glad that you are here. Good morning, Farah. How is everybody? Hey, Tan Bam. Good morning. Hopefully, you guys are doing well. What's up, Rocky Dean? Hey, what's up, Witch? Whatever, man. Thanks. I appreciate it. Good morning, Bobby. You missed me. It's only been 2 days, but I appreciate that. Missed you too. Yeah, Mila was under the weather this weekend. Bella had a birthday party this weekend. I, for a moment, caught whatever Mila had this weekend, so I did not go live yesterday. So it has been a whatever kind of weekend, right? Good morning, Rebel. How are you? What's up, Veronica? Hello, what is my name? Hey, Conchita, Blue Honey Pot. Good to see everybody. Listen, I'm just going to go ahead. Good morning, Mary. Happy to see you over on the tube of you. Listen, mods, I apologize in advance if this graphic causes issues for you today in the chat. So just know that I love and appreciate you. What's up, Amy, Penny GF, Win Dixie? Good to see everybody. Glad to see you all this morning. Just another manic Monday. I could do without a manic Monday. Can we just have a Monday? Grand Rising, Jamie. What's up, Sunflower Fish? Good to see you all. Good morning, David. Yeah. So, are you the only one with no sound, Sarah? I guess so, because other people are talking to me. So I'm thinking it's just you, Sarah. Somebody might want to reply back to her. Good morning, Candy. So appreciate that, Bobby. Um, yeah, so lots happening. Yeah, swipe in and out. Yeah. So, all right. So listen, um, I find myself this morning in a really bit of a yucky place, and there are things that we have to talk about. I do want to talk about the things that Judge Luttig said about Todd Blanche being sworn in as the DOJ. I do want to talk about this new DOJ memo, not more so about like what it says, but what it isn't. Right? Like it's not law. So I do want to talk about that and some other things. And I'm just going to run through the topics of the day. The news, the things that are happening, those types of things. I need to close out of a couple of things that I have going. Good morning, Sin. Nope. Okay, so I don't need this up anymore. Or this one. I'm taking a peek at a couple of things, you guys, so give me 1 second. What's up, Latifa? Penny GF, Melinda, good to see everybody this morning. Can you all believe it is 78 days until the midterms? 78. Not a lot. It's not a lot of time. And I thought long and hard this morning about like where I wanted to focus. Is it bad to sleep 12 to 14 hours every day? Peter, I'm not a physician. I would recommend talking to your physician about that. I know the recommended number of hours of sleep is 8 to 10. So if you're sleeping 12 to 14, I would recommend talking to your doctor because I am not one. How about that? If you all can't tell, I'm just in a very direct. We're going to talk about some things. I do want to talk about what I believe is the only messaging that the GOP has, right? I believe that the GOP's messaging is nothing but hate and fear. And I believe that that's their messaging because they have nothing else to stand on. And what I really want to know is why does white America continue to fall for it? And why does Christian America continue to fall for it? Right? So if you are scared of Black people, brown people, immigrants, LGBTQIA people, trans people, all of those different types of things. Yeah, let's talk about it because this America was founded on this ideology. So when you say America was founded on this ideology, I'm not sure about that. Um, right? I'm not sure about that. And um, I think America being founded um, by people who believed in this ideology, okay, I also would say that that's not an excuse because the ideology of that time, right? This is the thing that I think is really important. We have to stop saying that this is who we've always been because who we were and what we knew as individuals and as people 250 fucking years ago. It's sad to say that that's who we want to be today because I would hope that we would grow, that we would learn, that we would evolve as a country and as people rather than being in the same place that we were 250 years ago, right? We want all of this progress everywhere except in this area. And so this is my thing. Until we address some of these root causes, it doesn't matter how many facts you give someone. And so that's really what I want to focus on today. Yes, I'm going to talk about all the other stuff. And so, Isma, we don't do that in this space. I don't give a fuck about, yes. You had it right over there in the covers and on the couch because you were plugging it up, remember? So listen, okay. So you just have to be muted or actually you're just bye. I don't have time today. Listen, if you are going to come in here and act like a child, I'm going to treat you like one. I'm just going to put you in fucking timeout and keep it pushing. I really am. I'm just going to mute you, boot you, and be done. I have zero patience for it today. Okay. Just so everyone is really clear. But I really did think about it today. Like I'm reading all the things that Judge Luttage said. I'm reading about the fact that Emil Bovee, like he's the one who swore in Todd Blanche as DOJ, two of the most corrupt individuals who ever grace our Department of Justice and our judicial system. And at the end of the day, as horrible as that is, right, as ridiculous as that is, all of that, it doesn't address the root issue of what we have. And what the root issue that we have is that for whatever reason, white America and Christian America continues to fall for messaging of hate and fear all the time. And that's what I want to talk about. Jeff, it was okay. It got rained out, but we had a backup plan here at the house and it went really, really well. And she had a ball. So that part I'm happy about. Mila has been sick since Saturday morning and whatever. And so, but the fever is gone. However, her belly is still really, really rough. So there's that. So anyway, so this is really what I want to talk about today. And if you have thoughts and you want to have a conversation about the fact that the GOP wants you to fear a diverse America, right? And that seems to be the main point behind their messaging, then let's talk about it. Okay. And you guys, please do me a favor and you all don't talk to the trolls and the bots or the just really shitty human beings in the chat. I'll take care of them and you guys just stay focused on the conversation. It's because they are scared that white people will become the minority. Cowboy Wolf, white people are already the global minority. White people make up 7% of the whole global population, right? So white people they're already the minority and have already been the minority, for as long as we've been around here. Good morning, Alice. Hey, Terry. Right? You said, so Cheryl says it starts in church as a child for some. Every church I was in led by fear and hate in order to control. Okay. And I hear you. I hear you in that thought process. I think my question is, did I put the link to request on Facebook and YouTube yet? I did put it on YouTube, not on Facebook, Veronica. And I hear you on that. I think my question comes at what point in time do people become responsible for growing outside of what they've been taught? At what point do adults become responsible for thinking for themselves, for analyzing if what they're being taught violates the thing that they're supposed to follow? So, if you are supposed to be a follower of Jesus Christ, at what point do you become responsible for acknowledging and seeing that the church that you go to, or the pastor that you listen to, or the preacher that you subscribe to and you watch on Sunday mornings? At what point do you become responsible for identifying that their behavior and their language is literally the exact opposite of what Jesus would have you do and be? Like at what point? Good morning, Kat. I don't know if I said hi or not, but hopefully I did. No, I did. Hey, laundry guy. Good morning. How are you?
Hi, Dani. Good morning. How you doing today?
Oh, just living the dream. Uh, what would you like to share?
Uh, no, I think I had stated quite a bit in the comments as far as my feelings in terms of this country was just founded on that, and I think we've had different periods where we've been able to uh, get by and on the, or at least on the front of it, change. But in reality, the underlying system has always been there. We are still a very segregated society. I mean, you don't have a lot of mixed communities here in the USA at all.
Right.
So these issues have never really truly gone away. And I think a lot of what's happening now is the fact that this could be done and it could be continued unless there was going to be another force that was strong enough to oppose it, and that's where we're at today.
So when you say a force that is strong enough to oppose it, give me an idea, an example of what you mean, what you're referring to.
Okay. So we live in a system that's hegemonic, throughout the entire world, and that was going to continue unless it was opposed. So it had been opposed by Russia, and at that time, we actually did have a pretty able military force, pretty much prepared throughout the world. I think at one time, Scott Ritter mentioned that we could deploy up to 700,000 troops at any given time that were ready. We no longer have that. Why is that? Because the Soviet Union collapsed. And as Americans, we got cocky, we got arrogant. The rich saw an opportunity to feed a military-industrial complex that would be very profitable, and they never gave any thought, nor did they care as to what an opposing force could do. So now we find ourselves in this dilemma where we're being opposed, and we're being opposed militarily. So people are grabbing hold to what they've always known in this country, and that is, this is supposed to be for them, and only for them, and to their exclusive benefit.
Okay, so you're making a connection from a global geopolitical perspective to the sentiment, the belief, and the ideology of hate and fear in America. Okay, okay. Guys, give me 1 second. Mimi, you had it right over here, Sissy. Do you remember? Yep. Look, what's this? Yep. Yeah. You couldn't see it? Okay. Well, now you got it. Okay. Okay. Hey, I need to know if your tummy gets upset today. So I hear you when you say when you're talking. I just don't know that I put the correlation between. I don't know what role the fall of the Soviet Union and not having this vast military. I don't know how that's connected to a messaging of fate and hate or fear mongering, because the message of hate and fear mongering was here when we had those things, right? The United States of America, we've always had a messaging of hate and fear mongering before the fall of the Soviet Union. So I'm not sure how those two things are being connected together.
Well, the point that I was getting at is that what had been going on and what had been affording us the right to live basically delusional here in America, because like I said, and you agreed, that this country is still very much segregated. This is decades after the civil rights movement. And you know, people of color don't have the same economic opportunities right here in this country. But what we did get, and the few that could make it, kept us in a state of, you know, pretty much at ease. We weren't threatened at all. And that was because our country militarily throughout the world was not threatened either. After the fall of the Soviet Union, we fell back,
But
way back.
okay, but help me how those help me
understand.
Well, but I need you to clarify something for me. I when you say we weren't threatened at all, and that's because the country wasn't being threatened, I don't make that connection. I don't make a connection between the fall of the Soviet Union and the country not feeling threatened as to why you feel like black and brown people weren't threatened. Like, I don't make that connection. I don't find the correlation between those two things, because to be quite frank, y'all, the fall of Russia is just more white people. Like, Russia is white. So I don't make that correlation from a racial perspective when we're talking about black Americans in the United States of America.
I see that you're not making a correlation, and honestly, Dani, that is why we're at where we're at, because now we have a foreign government that's totally taken over our government, that is running an outright Bull Connor style racist segregated society. Dani, how is that not going to affect us? We're seeing how it's affected. Look at how it's affecting our politics right here, right now. And these people that are in power, they are going after both systems. Both systems. It's one of the reasons why I think we should have a third party and a fourth party and a fifth party. But everybody wants to have the two party, and that just makes it easy for them because they throw money behind both. The only limited success we've been able to have up to this point, with a great deal of restrictions, has been the emergence of the DSA. All of these struggles are correlated, Dani. We can't change the zebra stripes. The stripes of America is a racist, genocidal society.
I think, okay, so I think, okay, so okay, a couple of things. I don't think that when we say, when we talk about foreign influence on the country and on our politics and on our elections, I don't find foreign influence to be the reason the United States of America perpetuates and falls for the message, the fear and the hate mongering, the fear mongering and the hate messaging that is the racism, sexism, Islamophobia, homophobia, transphobia, sexism. I don't find that to be the root cause. I think if we start to say, oh, well, it's because of these outside influences, we're not taking responsibility for who we are as a country, because those things have been present here since the beginning, since we got here, since white Europeans came to this continent, right? It's been here. It was here when they dealt with indigenous Native Americans. It's been here when they literally brought Africans here, right? So help me understand. I don't know how I'm missing the disconnect between foreign influence and the fear and hate mongering message that seems to predominantly come from the Republican side of the House.
That is where I think you're missing it.
Help me.
Because you're imagining, and I think you actually believe, that the Democrats are less racist.
No, I've never said that. And if you had listened to the words that I said, I specifically talk about a particular type of messaging. And anybody who's been in here has heard me say repeatedly that the part of the problem with the Democratic Party is that we still have Dixiecrats in the Democratic Party. I said part of the problem with the Democratic Party is that we also have Christian Zionists. We also have Christian nationalists. I have said all of those things about the Democratic Party. There is only, though, one party that is specifically using race, religion, gender identity, and sexual orientation as fear-mongering and weapons. That messaging is not coming from the Democratic Party. So when I talk about messaging, I'm being very specific. Show me an ad, show me words from Democratic leadership that is promoting any of those things.
I would have to agree with you on that, but I would say that therein lies the issue, because now our focus becomes on the messaging that the Republicans are putting out there, and they're being very loud with it. But at the same time, like you said, the Dixiecrats are supporting policies and passing bills that keep us in this same loop.
Okay, so let's talk about it. Who's proposing those bills? Because it's not the Democrats. Who are the people introducing those bills?
Okay.
And then hold on, and then what percentage of the Democratic Party is going along with those? Because here's what you want me to worry about. You want me to worry about this segment of the Democratic Party that still has Dixiecrats in it, right? Which is a small segment that might be going along, but you want me to ignore the very loud messaging, the very loud actions, followed by very harmful legislation being proposed and perpetuated and introduced and passed by the Republican Party with the help of a few rogue Dems, right? But you want me to ignore all of that. Help me understand.
I don't want you to ignore it.
So you want me to focus on the minutia instead of the huger issue, because guess what? It's this very loud, very, very hateful propaganda that even gives room for that other segment to still live within the Democratic Party. You want me to be focused on this tiny speck over here and not the wild forest fire I got over here.
Okay. I think you would be familiar with the term of picking your battles, correct? Because I think in essence that what we collaboratively as a people have begun to do, that's how you get the emergence of the DSA. Because we're not saying that we're going to go after the Republicans. That's a wild forest fire. We're saying we got some little smoldering going on over here. Let's stomp that out. Let's take care of that. Let's grow stronger from that. Because that's a wild forest fire over there. What are we going to do? We got to just sit back and get stronger here and let them burn out.
That forest fire ain't burning out, in case you haven't noticed. It's not.
Dani, I love debating with you.
But I'm not debating with you. And I think that's the difference between you and I. You are looking for a place to have a debate with me, and I'm not. I'm looking to have a productive conversation that isn't a debate, that's literally about real solutions and the real issues. You want to debate, like you think that this is fun. It's not fun for me. I don't find anything about this amusing. I don't find anything about this entertaining. I find it distressing. I find it fucking alarming. I find it irritating to my whole ass soul. I really do. Because it's wild to me that people want to speculate about all this shit. Meanwhile, we are literally watching this country go to hell in a handbasket, and we will be fucked if we do not get November right. I do not know why people are like, oh, as long as I'm fucking entertained, I'm good. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. As long as I can swipe, as long as somebody else can have a gotcha moment, as long as I can have an intellectual, like, oh, I can feel like I got this point, and I don't understand. Who gives a fuck about winning a debate while we are literally driving the country into the ground and leaving nothing for our children? Not a fucking thing.
Dani, I hear you. But the thing of it is, we differ in that you believe if we don't get it right in November, that it's just It's just all over. And this is what was said when President Reagan ran. And guess what? We survived that.
Okay, so let me be clear.
With the first African-American president.
Listen.
So we will survive this as well.
Okay, so again, here's what it is. I don't want to survive. Let me just be very fucking clear. Appreciate you, Penny. I do not want to survive, and I damn sure do not want to create a world where my children and my grandchildren have to survive. What the fuck is that? I don't want to survive. I am tired of survival. Survival is exhausting. Survival is fucking exhausting. And survival comes with a lot of hurt and harm. There are people that haven't survived, laundry guy. You're alive and well, but there are other people who are dead. Not everyone has survived. People have lost their lives because of the hate, because of the fear-mongering, because of the vast amount of disinformation. Not everyone is surviving. And what does it mean to survive if you literally have to still choose between food and medication or your housing in the greatest nation in the world? What is that? And to me, that's exactly what they want. They want people to settle for, oh, well, we'll get through, well, we'll survive. Let's just survive, and then that's it. We're not supposed to ever want anything more. We're not ever supposed to want to build a world that is better for our children, that literally functions better for our kids. We're not supposed to want everyone who comes into this existence in this country. We're not supposed to want our children to not have to worry about paying their rent and getting their groceries and going to the doctor and getting their medication. We're just supposed to stay stuck in survival mode.
Dani, here's the thing, though. This is what I don't quite understand about the statement that you're making, because time goes by very fast. So, what are your plans? What are your plans if we lose in November?
So let me be clear. Okay. Do you think that that's what they do? That they plan for what they're going to do if they lose?
Oh, yeah.
No, they don't.
Oh, yeah.
No, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't. And I will tell you this because I've studied and watched them. No, they don't. They plan to win at all fucking costs. That's all they do. And then if they miss their objective by a little bit, they just pivot. Everything is quote unquote fluid. And then they figure out how to fucking keep going for the thing that they originally, the thing that they accepted. That's literally what they do. They stay focused on what they desire to. That is why after 50 fucking years, they finally got rid of Roe v. Wade. Because they never had a plan to lose it.
You just said that. But that goes beyond November. So what I'm telling you.
And I've already told you that I already have a plan. Literally, laundry guy, you're in my live every day almost. If you haven't, listen, and this is going to be completely on you. Because everybody who joins me is an adult. If at this point in time, you haven't already joined Project for the People, if you're not showing up to meetings every Thursday, if you're not actively doing the work for the plan, the very long, very real, the beginning of it is only 2.5 years. If you haven't done that, stop asking me what my fucking plan is. Because I literally talk about it every day. I literally have meetings every other week. I literally spend hours putting together resources and graphics and role playing with people and all of that. So literally, if you're going to sit on my panel and ask me what my plan is, you're not paying fucking attention. Or you're just here to debate and survive. And that's you. That's not me.
I think you actually answered my question. I appreciate you answering my question, because I believe what you just said to me is that how, even though November is very important, that your plan will continue as they do, even if we suffer some setbacks in November.
I've always said that.
Okay. Well,
I've literally always said that.
maybe for whatever reason, I just wasn't hearing that clearly, or I wasn't paying proper attention. And for that, I certainly apologize. Dani, I appreciate you having me up. I always love having discussion with you. You're very intelligent, and I love the way you control your panels and your topics in general. So I appreciate you. Thank you so much for having me up. You enjoy the rest of your day.
I appreciate you as well. Listen, folks, it's very simple for me. There is no plan, quote unquote, the plan is the plan. The plan is always, from here until the day I die, the plan is to get serious about winning elections for progressive populists, for people who care about the entirety of the country, of human beings, for working class people. That's it. The plan forever and always is to build community and have conversations that matter in our neighborhoods and in our communities and in our circles of influence. The plan is always for government accountability and closing the legal loopholes that have been exploited over the last 8 years. That's always the plan. Those three things. Okay. All right. So, folks, listen. I'm going to bring some more folks up to the panel. When I bring you up to the panel, please put yourself on mute until I get to you. That's number one. Number two, remember the 4 very simple guidelines that I ask for in this space. Be respectful. Don't use slurs at any time. Don't spam my chat. And don't type in all caps. I have folks that are vision impaired. All caps are reserved for those individuals and my moderators. That's it. Okay? And if I sound irritated, it's because I am so tired of like just the debate, or I want to debate. I don't want to debate. I want to have real viable discussions that mean something so that we can actually do something meaningful. That's what I want. Okay? Well, Jeffrey, join my panel and we can talk about it. Okay, folks, do me a favor and check down at the bottom of your screen on TikTok. If your little people are grayed out, that means that you have requested to come up to the panel. And I need you to just double check. And if you are grayed out, and yep, I got you, Veronica. If you are grayed out and you wanted to come, I got you, Farah, and you wanted to come for the panel, right? Then just drop a heart so that I can identify. I know some of you guys are requesting just to boost. Yeah. Good morning, Cherokee. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Yeah. So what would you like to share this morning? Thanks, Butterhouse.
I just stumbled on this live, and I already screenshot the board and went on your all's website, and yeah, wow. I love the work you all are doing. So I look forward to hearing more. That's it. That's all I wanted to say.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Doing what you're doing.
So you're in Virginia, I thought I saw in the chat.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What part of Virginia are you in?
Currently, I'm in Prince Edward County. I'm from Galax, Virginia, out Blue Ridge, so the Appalachian Mountains.
I know where Galax is.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I'm originally from Bristol, so yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very familiar.
That's where I was raised.
I got you. Okay. So do you know Roberta Thacker Oliver?
No, I did not.
She is the rural Democratic Caucus chair for Virginia. Did you know that? and she's actually down in I want to say Congressional District 9. She has Southwest Virginia as well, but she's who does the Virginia Dems Rural Caucus.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not. I would like to note I am not a Democrat or Republican. I'm an independent.
Gotcha. Same here.
I don't know if that's. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, if she's open to having discussions with an independent,
she has discussions with everybody.
Oh, yay!
She has discussions with absolutely anybody. She's appreciate you guys. Kat over on Facebook says hi, Cherokee. How are you? So here's the thing about this space. So I am, the way that I identify politically is as a progressive populist, right? So while I end up voting largely Democratic, that is because their policies come closest to best representing what direction I would like. I believe the country should go, because it's definitely not the GOP. And but yeah, so that's where we are. But I very much hold both parties and anyone who's running accountable for what they got going on. So
I agree.
Yep, that's it. So I think and this is the biggest part that I believe is incredibly important for where we are right now and in this moment. And because of the, when I say get serious about winning elections, one of the things that I talk about quite a lot is knowing how would you pay for healthcare the way almost every other high income developed nation in the world pays for it, the same like through our taxes and our wealth. What do you mean? Like, that's a crazy thing to ask. How would you pay for it? We have the money to pay for it. Paying for it's not a problem. Yeah, just being very clear. Paying for it's not a fucking problem.
Exactly.
I'm laughing at the concept of what? Oh, I was laughing at that question. Yeah, because I'm just like, how would you pay for it? We do have the money to pay for it, Jerry. Let me tell you what, if we stopped giving all of our fucking money to corporations and the military industrial complex, we could hand over fist fucking pay for healthcare. Do not tell me that we don't have the money. Yes, we do. We just choose to give all of our money to fucking corporations instead of taking care of people. So I'm just being very direct. Okay. So yeah. And if you want to have that conversation with me, Jerry, then feel free to join the panel. Feel free. Right. Yeah. Well, so listen, Cameron, if you would like for Social Security to not run out of money, let me tell you what you can do. First thing you can do is take the cap off of Social Security where people pay into it. And I'm not even suggesting that you increase the percentage of payment based on someone's net worth or income, right? Which is also a possibility. But let's just simply say that someone that makes $200,000 a year shouldn't be paying the same into Social Security as someone who makes $200 million a year, right? So imagine that. Imagine if we just took the cap off of it. You all want to act like people are dumb. People are not dumb. People get it. And like I said, Michael, if you would like to join the panel, so here's what I'm not going to do, boys. And I said boys for a reason, and I don't mean that condescending. What I do mean it as I am not going to go back and forth with you in the chat. If you want to have a real conversation, join the panel. Yes, ma'am.
My phone is plugged up. It's not charging.
It's not? Okay, so do you want to try this one for now? And then actually try this one for now, and then you can bring it back, okay? Here you go. Yeah, if you want to talk to me, listen to me. If you want to talk to me about the debt, if you want to talk to me about healthcare, if you want to talk to me about education, immigration, I am game for all of that conversation. I will need you to get from behind your keyboard and actually join the panel to have a real conversation. For real. That's what I'm going to need you to do. Because other than that, I don't take you seriously. I think you're just here to be distracting, or to be a troll, or to be a smartass, or to try to steer the conversation off of really, really important things. So if you want to be taken seriously, then I need you to join the panel. Okay? So, really quickly, I want to say this about, because we were talking about elections. Okay? When we talk about getting serious about winning elections. This is where I live, and this is the world that I live in, because I want to make progress. Okay? So, primaries. I want every single person to vote their heart out during the primaries. Vote for the person that tickles your fancy, makes you feel all warm and fuzzy and giddy inside. That's what you do in the primaries. Come the general election, you vote for the progressive candidate with the best chance of winning. And that might not be the person that tickles your fancy and makes your heart sing. It might not be. But we understand that we vote for the person that is not going to allow a GOP to take that seat. Because we cannot give up a single seat that we already have as Democrats, nor can we give away new seats. We can't afford it. We can't give away a single thing. Yes. Huh? I'm not sure. Is he in your room, or is he laying on Dominic's bed? He might be laying on my bed, sissy. When the sun comes up in the morning, he likes to lay on the bed.
May I ask a question then?
Sure.
So, would that same situation apply in a situation like mine, where I've been in the quote unquote race since February, transitioned to write-in candidate after we didn't get all of the signatures for the ballot? We got 5,002 out of the 10,000 required for U.S. Senate, right?
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, amazing considering we have no name recognition and no money for that, right?
Yeah.
So, but I'm an independent. I have always refused to kowtow to the two-party system and the extreme party identity situation that continues to evolve here. Now the candidates are Mark Warner, who is APAC candidate, has corporate donations, voted for the Lake and Riley Act, multiple other
I know who Mark Warner is. Yep.
Yeah, and the other candidate, you know as well, Mitsusawa. And would you suggest in that situation that everyone just vote for the incumbent, or vote for a more progressive candidate who refuses that, even, knowing that
if you're not going to win, absolutely you vote for the incumbent right now, because we can't lose. We cannot lose. And that's a hard pill to swallow, but this is where we get grown and we get pragmatic. They did not. So let me just share. So the Republican Party that we have today is not the Republican Party that we've had throughout history. And the movement, the Tea Party / MAGA movement that took over that party, didn't do so all at once. They didn't. They did it in bites, right? And we're seeing those bites take place right now, okay? We are seeing those bites take place. And so what happens is, what you continue to do is you build on what you've already built, so that come 2028, you have all 10,000 signatures, right? You have your ability to get in and get on the ballot and to participate into the debates, right? You do all of that. So pragmatic, and maybe this is the military in me that says we have to be pragmatic, because while it might feel good to vote for you, if voting for you means we lose that blue Senate seat, then it fucks us as a country and it hurts everyone you want to help.
But what if more people voted for me instead of the other two?
And tell me if that's going to happen. I want you to be pragmatic. I want you to be honest right now in this moment. Do you have the recognition, the wherewithal, the community? Do you have the grassroots organizing campaign right now to win in 78 days?
No, I mean, I'm not.
And realistically, are you going to have it in 78 days?
Maybe not, but maybe. Who knows?
No, we do. No. Okay. So let's do. So like I said, I'm not doing rainbows and unicorns. I'm not. Okay. So this is the thing, because what will happen is you will take votes that are very much needed to keep that seat. And so you have to ask your question right now. What is more important to you? The well-being of the people and the country, or your moral fortitude?
I don't think I would be able to vote for Mark Warner or Mississauga.
So you're so choose your so then just choose. Just say
Mark Warner does just as much damage as Mississauga.
Absolutely. So hold on a second. Cherokee, no, he doesn't. Right. Number one. No, he doesn't. Number one.
He voted for the Lake and Riley.
Okay, that's one thing. He doesn't do as much damage. And
that's a horrible thing.
And I'm not saying that it's not.
Thousands of people.
Cherokee, here's my point. Here's my point. I am not saying that that isn't a horrible thing. What I'm saying is he's also not cutting SNAP benefits and Medicaid benefits. He's also not going after
he's selling land to data centers. He's encouraging the sale of that.
Can I finish for a moment, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. He is not coming after literally the core programs that allow people to sustain. And what you are telling me right now is that your moral virtue is more important than the well-being of 300 and some odd million people in the United States of America, and definitely all of the people of Virginia. You are literally putting your morals, right? What you feel are your morals above every single person you say that you want to represent. Because I'm going to tell you something, as somebody who I keep saying, maybe it's my military in me, but I'm just being really, really clear about something. So when you say I could never get myself to vote for whatever, then, because here's what you have to understand is that sometimes we have to do things that don't feel great to us to protect the majority of the people that we can protect. Your virtue is not more important than protecting people.
But it's not my virtue I'm concerned about.
But it is. Right? It is.
No, it's not. It's about all of the thousands of children across the country who are losing access to food, who are being...
And all of them are going to lose even more if Mark Warner loses that seat. All of them will lose even more. And we would be having a different conversation if you had the ability to primary and win. You don't. If you had the ability right now to win, this would be a different conversation. But you don't.
I know, you're right. You know, you're right. I don't have millions of dollars. I don't have billions of dollars. I'm a regular ass citizen who wants to stand up against a corporate hold on our country.
And I am not saying for you to not be that person.
Well, you're asking me to...
I am asking you to project
between two people who I find just as culpable.
Okay,
incredibly so in the situation that we have at hand. And the typical response is to view your party identity as so important. And
have you heard me mention the Democratic Party?
Yes.
No. Did you hear me say anything about? Did you hear me talk about a party identity?
Yes. The entire time you're speaking in the party identity.
No, I'm not.
I'm choosing blue no matter who.
No, I'm choosing people above ego.
Mark Warner voted for something that
Bobby, goddamn,
thousands of people.
This is why Democrats fucking lose. This is exactly why. This is why Democrats lose, and this is why the country fucking suffers. Every damn time. This is why. This is why. I'm just dead ass serious, because it's all of this fucking virtue signaling when I swear to God, here's what I said. You vote so that we don't lose a seat right now. And then you continue to build your campaign so that you are a viable candidate that has a hope in hell of winning in 2028. Yes, Antifa Barbie, and it's also why independents fucking lose all the time. Because you can't put aside ego to do what has to be done right now and then come back and regroup. And this is why they always win.
But this is what has to be done right now, in my opinion, to show people that it can be done, that regular people do have a chance.
If you had that, yes. If you had that, yes.
The coalition that we've built. You don't know the connections that we've built across the state. We have connected with so many people in the rural areas who know that Warner and the other people are bought and sold. We know that Dominion's funding their campaigns, and that these people voted for the Lake and Riley Act, and that the people who are
okay. So here's what I want. I want all of my folks in Virginia, all of my folks that are in Virginia. I want you to tell me if you've heard of Cherokee's campaign. Everybody that's in Virginia. Which says no. Blue Honey Pot? No. Edward? No. J. Owen? No. No, and you're in 757.
This right here is why candidates like me don't win.
No, this is not why.
Yes, it is.
No,
yes,
it's not why.
It is.
So, Cherokee, you are talking to someone.
Look at the suppression that has been occurring. Look at the death threats that we've received.
Cherokee.
Look at the things that we've gone through as a campaign. You have no idea the struggle that it is to be a regular ass citizen who's running for something as prestigious.
Cherokee, it is very evident you have no clue who you're talking to.
Same, man.
And that's why I'm not talking about you.
Oh.
I haven't said one thing about you as an individual. Right? Have I told you anything about Cherokee you don't understand, or you don't know this, or you don't know that? Have I said anything to you about you?
Yes, multiple times, man. But it's okay.
No, I haven't. I talked about your campaigns. I talked about the campaign.
Ma'am, and you have a wonderful day.
I'm not. And here's the thing where, and this is where, okay, well, leave.
People, guys, y'all have got to take a breath.
Give me 1 second. Hold on 1 second, Blue Honey Pot. Folks, let me just, yeah, she left. So let me just say this, folks. I don't think there's a, here's what I would say. You come into a room and you have no clue who you're talking to, and you ask a question and I answer it. No, you're making an assumption, Cherokee. You literally know nothing about this community. This is not an establishment community. And if you had bothered to stick around and had a real conversation, you might have found out that this is a wealth of information and a ton of things that could have actually helped you as a candidate. But that's not what you're choosing to do. So literally you went from, oh, you get it, this is amazing, I love it. And because I said, yeah, no, if you cannot win, right, then you vote for the incumbent. Now all of a sudden I don't get it. But you literally have not a clue of what so let me ask you. So give me 1 second, Blue Honey Pot. So Cherokee, if you're here, I would love to have you come back up for just a minute. I have a couple of questions from you. Since you want to run for office, I have some questions for you as a candidate. Okay, so what's incorrect? What did I say that was incorrect, Cherokee?
That you did not fall into the party identity and the vote blue no matter who, because that's exactly what you did.
Nope.
And
I didn't.
you made assumptions on me, my career, and etc.
No, I didn't.
About
What assumption did I make about you and your career? Tell me what assumption. Give me an example.
Well, a prime example would be the fact that you immediately started to say that my campaign, because you hadn't heard of me, because maybe other people in your panel hadn't heard of me, that it's that I am just splitting the vote. I'm just doing that. I'll never have a chance.
I never said split the vote.
Candidates in the past.
Hold on. I never said that you were splitting the vote ever. And if you ask me, do you know what I asked you? I asked a question. I said to you, do you have a hope of winning? I asked you. I didn't make an assumption. I asked you, could you win the Senate race? I asked you. And you said no.
I said not without help right now.
And so share with me what would help look like 78 days from an election where you would have to be a write-in candidate.
Speaking, boots on the ground. Sorry, I got a call. Speaking to people, boots on the ground, spreading the word, just like we have been.
Okay, and
the way that grassroots campaigns work is word of mouth, and the utilization of social media. We've been suppressed so much online. We've had to call the FBI. We've had to utilize security against Democrats and Republicans, against people who affiliate with no party. I've had to. Some of my campaign team, they are Black individuals. We've had to hide who they are because we've been getting so attacked on either side for even daring to stand up and say, I'm not going to kowtow. I never have. I've voted across party lines my whole life because I am independent, because I cannot stomach the idea of, well, this is the way it's always been, so this is the way it's going to be. That thinking has oppressed millions of people. That thinking has led to the unaliving of millions of people. Black people, brown people, white people, small children is my point. And if we don't stand up together collectively and say, we're done with this Democrat, Republican, this isn't our accepted social reality anymore. It's a social construct that we built that we can change if we just do something about it. We can have better than Mark Warner, who voted for the Lake and Riley Act. Listen, that act was the beginning of the end for so many people. Literally, people are dead right now because of that act. There are people dead because of it. And I find that in children are dead because of it. And that is unacceptable. And it's not a fantasy world. I live in reality. I grew up poor. I watched my mom not eat so that I could. And yes, I am YT. I get that. My name is Cherokee Sampson. That's my name. I am doing something that I feel needs to be done to show that an everyday person can do it, and can do it without millions of dollars and without billions of dollars.
And I think one of the things that is incredibly important is that in nothing that I said did I tell you not to do that. I didn't tell you to not compete. I didn't tell you not to run. I didn't say any of that. What I said is that you do not have the ability to pull up an upset in this election, especially not as a write-in, and not in 78 days. And what I said was that what would be the smartest thing possible to do, because you are grassroots, because you are independent, because you are not tied to either of the parties and their money machine, is to continue to, you will be campaigning literally for the next 2 years to have a hope in hell. You will need to keep campaigning from right now all the way through until 2028 in order for you to get 10,000 signatures, in order for you to get onto a debate stage, in order for you to be able to compete in a primary. in order for you to do all of those things, that's how long it will take. It cannot, and I'm just giving you, and it's not, and maybe I'm not being gentle enough or whatever, but it is not possible in 78 days. The fucking vice president didn't do it in 107. It's not going to happen in 78 days. And so while you don't like what I'm saying, I'm just being pragmatic and direct, and it has nothing about how I fucking feel. How I feel doesn't come into this. You are literally talking to someone who led a healthcare protest for Northeast Tennessee and Southwest Virginia, who lived outside of a fucking hospital for 257 days, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I've been to Mark Warner's office. Fuck Mark Warner. I don't like him. I just confronted Tim Kaine last fucking fall about his shit and his support of Israel. That has nothing to do with what is facing us right now. And while we desire to go forward, what we cannot do right now is take a single step back.
Or we get enough people in our campaign and behind us that we unseat Mark Warner, and we have someone in office who actually will work for the people, not for a fucking paycheck from a goddamn corporation. You know, I'm tired of watching kids get arrested and thrown into jail. I'm tired of watching family members die because they're not millionaires. I'm tired of watching people freeze to death on our streets. I didn't get no participation trophies. I was homeschooled, y'all. Anyway, so, you know, and I want to stand and represent something to people so that they know that they can do it too. And if that means that I'm throwing myself on my own SWORD, okay, you know, but we can't have the only options as what we have right now, because those two options are atrocious.
And my point is that these are the options, Cherokee.
But there are 432 people in this room, right? If you, all of you clicked on my page, just take a look. Look at what my campaign managers wrote. Look at the political analysts we have on our team, the things that they got together. What if all of you threw your weight behind the campaign and made sure that someone other than Mark Warner and someone other, if you just took a chance instead of biting into the same old apple?
So Cherokee, can you tell me can you name for me the counties in the state of Virginia that have the closest margins that are available for progressive leadership? Do you know what they are?
No, not off the top of my head. My political analyst does. I don't have them memorized. There's 131 counties and independent cities in the state of Virginia.
Right. And so, and in the state of Virginia, can you tell me how many people are living below the federal poverty lines in the entire state of Virginia?
I believe it was over 3.5 million.
No. The federal poverty lines in Virginia, it's 10.2% of the population, 854,145.
But 3.5 million are living under what might be determined as actual poverty line. See?
No, I don't see. Based on what statistic and who says that?
We aren't working even at a living wage.
But that's not what I asked you.
Living.
I'm asking you how many Virginians.
That doesn't.
I'm asking you, can you tell me? Because literally, if you, I mean, you can Google it yourself, or I can pull up the sheet. I can tell you. So can you tell me in the state of Virginia? Give me 1 second. Oh. So in the state of Virginia, can you tell me how many children and adults are in Medicaid?
Nope, I do not have those numbers.
Okay.
Right off the top of my head.
Do you know what percentage of the people
I would never want to state anything that's infactual.
Okay, so do you know what percentage of people in the state of, in the Commonwealth of Virginia that are on Medicaid actually already work?
A majority of them.
Do you know what that number is?
And not the exact number, the majority of them.
Okay.
Though.
Do you know what percentage of all of the births in the Commonwealth of Virginia are covered by Virginia Medicaid?
No, ma'am. No, I don't know that exact number.
Okay. So
and the only reason that you know it is because you're looking at it on a screen.
No, let me show you why I know it. I'm going to show you why I know it. Because I've already tried to explain to you that you don't know who you're talking to. So I'm going to tell you why I know it. And not just Virginia, but everything else. So I know the numbers because I've literally crunched all of the election numbers from Virginia for the last 5 years for every federal election in the state of Virginia. I know which counties have margins less than 10%. I know what House seats they have in common. I know how many of them voted third party. I know how many of them were registered to vote and didn't vote. That tells me which districts and which seats are able to be flipped. I also know it because I've put together a database for every single state across the country. And I can pull up the numbers for every single state. I can pull up your data centers by congressional district. I can tell you how many you have, how many are planned, how many are under construction. I can show you in the state of Virginia when your voter registration guidelines are in English and in Spanish. I can show you in Virginia your poverty levels in English and in Spanish. I can show you in Virginia your Medicaid information. I can show you how many are our children and adults, how many are children, how many are rural, how many work, how many births, how many nursing home residents, how many of your working age adults with disabilities. I can show you 258 of those children and adults are in rural communities. I can tell you in English and in Spanish, every bit of it.
That's amazing.
And so, but here's my point. So when you say to me, the only reason I know is because I'm looking right at it, I'm looking right at it because I have been studying
the data.
Exactly.
Yes.
And not just your state, but 12 states across the entire country. Why? Because those states all had margins of 10% or less in 2024. So what you're doing is you're talking to someone who is really, really serious about winning elections and winning them in a consistent manner to bring about the change that we want, that we actually need to have in this country. Not want, but need. And so the plan that I have might not make everybody feel fucking warm and fuzzy. And it might not get rid of everybody that should be out the fuck of Congress right now today. Right? But it is a plan that works. And it is a plan that nips and bites until we move the fucking line. That is why we have almost 1,500 people in all 50 states in almost 550 counties across the country. 20% of the country is represented by the people in this community. And I don't always get to say things that make them feel warm and fuzzy. But what I do is I give them facts and I give them proof. And then I show them how we're able to make this work. Because guess what? We did not get here overnight. We will not get out of this place in 78 damn days. It will take consistency. It will take work. It will take conversations. It will take organizing. It will take being out in your community. It will take these graphics and all the other ones that we are still putting together. Right?
Exactly.
And so
that is what we've been working on as well.
And I am not telling you that your work has not been good, nor am I telling you to stop your work. What I am telling you is that work is not going to produce the harvest that you want in 78 days. So what you do is you continue to do the work and then you vote for the closest thing to what you are. Now, let me just explain what that means, folks. Let me just explain. Let's just say what you are is fucking filet mignon. And let's just say Mark Warner is a fucking Whopper from Burger King. And let's just say the GOP candidate is dog shit. It is a far cry from filet mignon to a fucking Whopper, but it's better than shit. So you eat the Whopper, knowing that it's not healthy, knowing that it's not the best thing that you can eat, but at least it ain't dog shit. At least it doesn't poison you like tomorrow. That's what I'm telling you.
And that mentality, in my personal opinion, is what's gotten us in this mess in the first place.
And the beautiful thing is that mentality has not been what's happening over the last 50 years. And that's not based on my feelings. It's based on the actual data and facts. And that's the difference between you and I, Cherokee. Everything that I am saying is rooted in fact. Everything that I'm saying is rooted in fact, election data, statistics, all of it. Everything that I'm saying is not my personal opinion because I just feel fucking like it. Nope. Everything that I'm saying is based off of all of the data, all of the facts, and years upon years upon years of research. We have not been voting blue just no matter who. No, we haven't. If that were the case, if that had been what we've been doing, the GOP would not have the Senate and the House. They wouldn't have the presidency. They wouldn't have the majority. If people had been voting blue no matter who. Nope, we wouldn't be here.
But that's exactly where we're at because of that.
No, it's not because of that, because we haven't been doing that.
Well, why haven't been people looking at the campaign donations for the last 25 years on these individuals?
You're assuming that people haven't. I can tell you why people haven't. Do you want to know why? What percent? Do you know what percentage of your state doesn't work? I mean, doesn't vote? What percentage of your state is a non-voting state?
Hold on, boys. I don't have that number right off of the top of my head. It is also on my computer inside of our database. It is not something that I have memorized off the top of my head.
And so this is my thing. Cherokee, I think that your heart is in the right place. I think you are not equipped to be a U.S. senator. You're not equipped to be a United States senator. You are 78 days out from an election, and you can't tell me how much of your state is non-voting.
I'm 78 days out from an election in which I have been fighting since January/February.
Which tells me that you should know that 30% of the Commonwealth of Virginia did not vote in 2024. If you've been at this for 8 months, then
you are correct. Millions didn't vote.
I didn't say millions. What I said is approximately 30% of the Commonwealth of Virginia didn't vote. She's a write-in, Veronica. Do you know what percentage of write-in candidates win elections?
It's rare, but you know what? If people actually stood behind the write-in candidates and didn't favor a person who voted for the Laken Riley Act and other things that have harmed our entire Commonwealth and the United States as well as children, if you all took this energy and instead of saying, okay.
Wait, here's what you won't do is tell me what to do with our energy, Cherokee, because here's what I've done with my energy.
You're telling me what to do with mine.
No, I haven't.
I came into the live.
Tell me what I told you to do with your energy other than keep fighting so that you can win. It's just not going to be today. Tell me what I told you to do with your energy other than keep organizing. Keep your momentum going. Keep having conversations so that you can come back in 2027 and 2028 and be a viable candidate. What have I said other than that? Less than 1% of write-in candidates win. Dog, please do not type in all caps.
I'm simply making the point that I have made since the beginning of this campaign, that if we continuously kowtow to this party identity and the party politics, just like what you were doing, in my personal opinion, then nothing will ever change. We will have people like Mark Warner, who's been in office since the 90s, who does what he does. People like Stamberger, who's been bought by Dominion and other corporations and conglomerates, because that was a blue no matter who. And maybe not you. Maybe you vote with hubris, and maybe you utilize projections and statistics, and I commend you for that. That's amazing. Not many people do that, though. Most people listen to people like you because they don't have the intellectual capability to even understand the situation that we have ourselves in.
So I happen to think that people are pretty smart. And I think that people do have the intellectual capability to know exactly where we are.
Not if they're choosing blue no matter who, or red wave, or relying on a two-party political
And you
identity
keep saying
system
things that are nothing that I've said. You keep saying things that are nothing that I said. I literally have not said anything about a political party identity. I haven't. I could give a shit less about political party identity. What I do know and what I desire, right, is for us to have progressive, populist candidates, progressive, populist policies. Those are policies that are inclusive and that work for working class people. That is what I desire. And so my objective is always, what is the closest I can get to that thing based on who is on the ballot and actually can win. Because I'm going to tell you the reason why we are where we are right now. Jaden, please don't type in all caps. Folks, listen, there's a reason I only ask for 4 really simple things in here. I ask people to be respectful, to not use slurs, to don't spam my comments, and do not type in all caps. And I ask that because I have people in this community that are vision impaired. And all caps are for those individuals and my moderators only. So be respectful of people with visual impairments. So again, what I said is choose the candidate that is the closest to what you desire, that has the best chance of winning. And if we had done that, to be quite frank, in 2024, we would not be where we are today. If in 2024 we chose blue no matter who, we wouldn't be where we are today. But we are, because we haven't been doing blue no matter who, right? And because we haven't been being involved and engaged and informed as voters. When 30% of the registered voters in your state are not voting, that's a problem. And if you don't know who those people are, and if you don't know what communities they live in, and you want to be a third-party candidate, that's a problem for your campaign. And if you are a candidate that is 78 days out from a Senate election, and you do not know your state's Medicaid statistics, your state's voting statistics, your state's information, that will be a problem. Because at this stage of the election, those are things that you should know as a candidate. If you want people to believe that you are ready to be a United States Senator, those are 100% things that you should know 78 days out from the election. And I'm not saying you know all of them, but I'm saying the highlights, absolutely we should know. So my whole thing is, I don't like quite a few things about Mark Warner. And come November, that is who people better vote for over the Republican option.
Cherokee, do you understand how you being on the ballot is going to help Republicans?
I don't think she's on the ballot. I think she's right in Blue Honey Pot.
Either way, you're going to take away votes from the Whopper. It's not personal. It has nothing to do with you. But when you sit up here and say that you're going to vote for someone because of one bill, that's not enough. There's so much more out there.
Because I have family members who are sitting inside of ICE jail right now, friends, I have neighbors, I have families who have kids who are in jail because of that act. And so I'm sorry,
it's
not
horrible.
sorry.
It
is. So why aren't we doing something about it?
Okay, but Cherokee, the 50 people that you get to write in your name just took 50 votes away from Mark Warner. And like Dani said, he might be a Whopper, but he's not shit. Okay, so you're going to give us shit. Virginia, which I'm a resident, and I don't appreciate that. You sound very privileged in saying that you're going to vote that way. And I'm a white woman. I'm not judging you. But when you say my family, my friends, my this, my that, then you're not for the people of Virginia. You're doing it for them. Because the Republican is going to be worse for my family, your family, everybody in Virginia. Maybe you don't remember George Allen, but he was a shit senator. And he was a Republican. We're finally kind of getting Virginia on track. And I want you to run. If you want to run and do it for the people, do it. Start today for the next senatorial election. You ain't got time right now, honey. I wish you did, but you don't have time, especially with the write-in. I don't even know your full name. So, I mean, you just got to realistically look at it. Your heart is in the right place. You want to change things. We all do. And oh, well, I guess you didn't want to hear me.
And that's sad because you live in Virginia.
Yeah, I do. And I know that her third-party voters have the right intention. They're just selfish. It's selfish. That's the only word I can come up with for
Let me just be...
Because you're not thinking of the whole picture.
So here's what I will say. I don't like everything about Mark Warner, right? What I will say is that he's one of the primary people that authored the Chips and Science Act. That's a real big fucking deal.
He's not a great guy, but he's not evil either.
Right. He's like most of Congress.
Yeah. He was an RA governor. You know, I worked that campaign. And that Cherokee, if you're still in here, I've worked campaigns in Virginia. In rural Southwest Virginia, when you drive 2 miles to get to the next house. You've got to get out there and do that now for the next term, because people don't know who you are yet. And your heart is not going to help in this election. That, like Dani keeps saying, 78 days. We have 78 days to try to right this country. And we don't need anybody with a big heart messing it up. And I know that sounds ugly, but we don't need you to rock the boat right now. That's my opinion.
So here's my opinion.
When Dani says vote blue, it's because it's who's going to get us where we need to go. We're just using these people now. Like she said, our plan does not stop here. We get these people in here, and then the next time, Cherokee, maybe you're our girl. Maybe Project for the People will get behind you. And all the people in Virginia that are part of this group will work with you to get you elected. But today's not the day. Okay? That's all I got to say, Dani.
And I appreciate you, Blue. Listen, this is the thing that I said from the very beginning was you vote for the progressive candidate that has the best chances of winning. And if that were you, I would say hip, hip, fucking hooray, let's go. Right? It currently, though, is not. Write-in candidates win less than 1% of the time, and that's with name recognition. That's with a following. That is with a grassroots organizing campaign, right? And all of that is not what you have. And so the most important thing that I can say is just yes, Gums. Everybody over here on YouTube and Facebook said, did she just call us dumb? When she said most people don't have the intelligence to know whatever. Yeah. So I'm going to give a Northeast Tennessee example of regular working class folks showing that it can get done. Okay. And that would be Christy Burke in Northeast Tennessee. That's my hometown district. That's where I'm from originally. Christy Burke started 2 years ago protesting at a Diana Harshbarger event. She stood up and called her out on her bullshit. And she was like, I can't stand this. We got to do something. We got to whatever. And that is a campaign is absolutely building momentum and making things happen. And there are a few of them in Northeast Tennessee. And I think what people don't understand is that if you truly desire to benefit people, it's not about doing it the way that you want to do it. It's about doing it in whatever way is available to you in that moment that helps people. Do you understand, folks? If your desire, if your heart is truly about making things better for people, then how you want to do it and how you believe it should be done and how you feel it should be done isn't the key. The key is you do it based on the mechanisms that are available to you in this time, in this moment. And then you keep working your ass off until the way that you want for it to be can be. And if it doesn't, if it never is, at least you've worked your ass off building something incredible and helping people along the way. But if you're only willing to help people or prevent harm from people, right? If you're only willing to do that when you feel good about it as you as an individual, then you are not a public servant at heart. I'm not part of a party, Monique. I'm not part of a party. I don't belong to the Democratic Party, the Republican Party. I don't belong to any party. I have voted across the political spectrum throughout my life. Over half a century on this earth. So that's why I said it has to be about what is best for the people, not you, not your ego, not how you feel about it, not what you think about it, literally what is best in that moment. And you have to ask yourself, and I say this all the time, folks. Sin, I know you're not being rude to people because I know that you know better than that in here. Listen, you have to start asking yourself if what you're doing, and you all hear me talk about good, necessary trouble all the time, don't you? You do. So this is what I'm going to say, folks. Okay. Yes, you have to ask yourself if what you're doing is good trouble. You have to ask yourself if it's good, necessary trouble. That's what you have to ask. And you have to ask yourself about the timing of the trouble that you're making. Because if you're not asking yourself all of those questions, you're not centered in the public. You're not centered in what's good for people. All people, not just one particular group, but all people. Cherokee, I've been on your site for the last 40 minutes. Literally, I've been reading your 8 pillars of truth. I've already lifted up your uplift farms in rural Virginia plan. So let me ask you a question. When you say uplift farms in rural Virginia, do you know rural ground game? Let me ask you this, Cherokee. Do you know Lindley Thorne? You look too, Cam? Love that. Do you know Lindley Thorne, Cherokee? Because you also look, Tracy? Love that. I'm asking a real question. You don't, right? So this is my thing. All of these, look at the other folks that are in here. Which look to. How many of you all actually went to Cherokee's platform? Because I know I did. I know Cam did. Witch did. Who else did? Jennifer did. Winn-Dixie did. Winn-Dixie is also in Virginia. Candy Kiss did. Carol T did. Cheryl did. David did. You looked 5 minutes in. See, this is the type of room that you're in. What's up, Abdul? Missed you a lot as well. This is not a party, whatever. This community is ridiculously engaged, and we are very fact-driven. And I knew for sure that those folks were already on your platform. You're making assumptions, and you just keep projection vomiting all over us. Well, don't say that's awesome now. You already insulted them. Literally. Crazy word. Don't tell them that's awful now. You all are just commenting. You didn't even look at my platform, but they did already. After you said they were too dumb. Mimi, can you bring me the charger cord, baby, that I'll let you borrow? I know, I need it. Hey, y'all, stop calling her babe. Her name is Cherokee. Don't call her babe. Her name is Cherokee. You don't want to look because she doesn't handle disagreement. How can she do coalition? Mila had a fever on Saturday that was really high, and then she's had a very, very upset stomach to where every time she's eaten since then, she's been in the bathroom. So, all right. Oh. This is what yes, and I need you to take it down a notch, girl. Burn some sage or some Palo Santo or something, because you on one today. But folks, right, take a beat. Folks, listen. I'm just being very direct, and sometimes people don't like what I say. You went and looked at it, and you're in Chicago. Yes, Amy, it is frustrating. Hey, Nancy, good to see you. So listen, folks, this data is in my link tree. So Black Kingdom, all of the graphics that you saw me showing her, that's in a Google Drive. So if you see this QR code, or if you go, I bought a domain name. If you go to makingamericatrullygreat.com and you fill in the information, you will get the link that gives you access to that Google Drive with all of those graphics. And so what we do is we meet every other Thursday. Last Thursday, I had something happen in the middle of that meeting. So we're gonna meet again this Thursday. But we meet every Thursday at 8 p.m., every other Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we role play how to have really tough conversations about the issues. And we go over all of the data and the new graphics. And we talk about Medicaid and SNAP and immigration and poverty levels and data centers and all the above. One of the newest campaigns that we're rolling out are 3 things that we can get done in 2027, and those 3 things are focused on easily objective or achievable objectives that a progressive majority can happen. Appreciate it, Black Kingdom. That a progressive House and Senate can accomplish. And I need the cord, baby, please. What? I love you too. Bring me the charger cord, please. Yes.
This part is turning.
Where?
This part is turning if I move.
Right there?
If I move.
Okay. You might have a little tight muscle back there. Okay. Can you bring me the charger cord for me, and then I'll give you some Tylenol? Okay. All right. So really quickly, folks.
I need a charger.
Okay, listen, I gave it to you. If you're going to charge your phone, you need to charge it right now and don't take it off, because when I need that charger, I'm going to take it. I gave it to you already and I'm going to need it soon, Mila. So if you're going to charge your phone, you better charge it now and don't take it off again. All right, folks. I'm getting ready to yeah, Veronica, we are. I'm getting ready to speak to some other folks that are on the panel. If you request up to the panel, keep yourself on mute until I get to you. Okay. And then we're going to continue to have these conversations, and, it just kind of is what it is. The other thing that I would be mindful that I would just offer to everyone is, if you are running for office, be mindful of how you present when you are speaking with folks that you desire to vote for you. Just saying. All right, Blue Honey Pot, did you want to add anything else before I drop you down? I appreciate you, sis, 100%. Deborah, did you mean to join the panel? Okay, come off mute. Oh, you went back on mute.
Oh. Okay.
All right, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
What would you like to share?
Yes, I was looking at your poster. The GOP wants you to fear this America. Why does white Christian America continue to fall? Well, I'm sorry. I think I can't get that last word.
Yeah, it's why do they continue to fall for it?
Okay, fall for it. Correct. I am older. I am 74 years old. And I remember a time back when I was a child where there was a lot of fear mongering from the GOP, even back then. I remember being 9 years old, and at my church, I grew up in a church in Johnson City, a big Methodist church, and I had gone outside because I was contemplating all these things that was going on in my head about the things that was on the news, about what was going on with Black people, and me never even knowing a Black person. And it was just really disturbing. I was having a lot of emotions. Maybe I was just a very sensitive child, but I remember the preacher coming out and opened up the door and said, "Come on, we're getting ready to start church." And I looked at him and I said, "I feel God more out here than I do in there." And I remember that feeling because, I saw the news. I was aware of things that I wished I wasn't aware of. I remember seeing the awful water fountains. I remember seeing a Black man up on this real tall seat where he was shining everybody's shoes for nothing. And I remember going to school and just wondering about things. And so as I was growing up, I started hearing about the John Birch Society and all the things that they were saying. And I heard there were some people in my church that belonged to the John Birch Society. And, saw the Ku Klux Klan on TV. And very, very concerned. And the fear
Mila.
that they generated in our little town of Johnson City. I remember the fear that white people had when, as simple as Martin Luther King, who I adored, when he got killed, I mean, I was
Mila.
16 years old and just devastated that so many people seemed to be rejoicing. And there was this fear that there would be Black people that were going to come riot in Johnson City. And I remember that very, very strongly. And it came from the Republicans. This is why I became a Democrat. I'm sorry. There were the carpetbaggers. There were Barry Goldwater in the 60s that opposed civil rights. There was just so many things that just made me feel like the Republicans want us to fear what anything is different. And, I remember the fear of Catholics, non-whites, women rights, women called livers.
Jimmy, yes, it did. The ERA absolutely passed, and the ERA not only passed, but it was actually ratified by all of the states possible. So I'll talk about it here in a second. I think, Deborah, the question that we're asking is because all of those things that we saw happen back then, the same tactics, the same verbiage, the same sentiment.
Party.
Right, but the same thing is happening currently right now today.
Right.
And so the question is, why after all of this time do white Americans and Christian Americans or white Christian Americans still seem to fall for the same thing that people were falling for 50 years ago? And so that's the question that we're asking.
Yeah, I think because Republicans generally, throughout that I knew about, would have to come up with these conspiracy theories. Some of these people on talk, at Fox News especially. And then there was the Tea Party. I went and at one point when the Tea Party first began in Johnson City, I knew the lady who was running it, and I went and protested, and it was really scary. I took my children because I always took my children protesting because I wanted them to feel that you have that right in America. And I remember people standing up on, a lot of it was blocked, but you could hear them talking. And it was nothing but paranoia, propaganda that they would talk about, talking about, things like chemtrails and just things that were just far out things. And I was, they would talk about gun rights, and the lady at that time who ran it, after everybody I left, I had not left yet because I don't think I was in shock, the things I was hearing. And the lady came over and she said, and my daughter was standing there with me. She was older, young teenager. And she came to me and opened up her coat. She was famished with guns. She had guns all over her. He said, "You're not going to be able to protect your daughter, but I can."
So,
and That was really scary. It was like they're the patriots, and every one of us are just, we were nothing, and I could see the anger in those people, and like government's too big, and it's like, look at it now.
Right.
It is horrible. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. And I appreciate you sharing. I think that and maybe it's because you didn't agree or align yourself with the hatred and the racism and those types of things, right? Right. And so I think that might be why, the question for me isn't, do we have it, or what has it always looked like? Because I think most of us can identify what the fear mongering and what the hatred has looked like over the last 50, 60 years in government and in politics. I think the question is, and this is the answer that I'm really looking for, and the discussion that I want to have is that why are people falling for it? And because we are definitely at it right now, right?
Yes, maybe they've always been Republican, and maybe Republicans have always tended to, well, looking back in my life, tended to be racist, tended to not, maybe I'm wrong, but that's just what I see as growing up in a Republican area.
Yeah.
I have friends, who truly believed the stuff that they were told, and Fox News just made it worse.
Yeah. So here's what I want to say though. So, because there are absolutely Dixiecrats that are still in the Democratic Party that are racist, right? We still have a lot. We still have a decent amount of covert racism that exists within the Democratic Party. So I think that that prevalence is there. I think that just one party is okay with covert, and the other one is perfectly okay with overt. And there was a time when the country as a society said no to overt racism in its entirety, right? But we seem to have come away from that, right? So there was a time when it was socially unacceptable to be overtly racist. We are not there anymore, right? That has made a comeback over the last 8 to 10 years. But there's only one party that is okay with the overt, okay, versus the other. And so I think that that's really important for us to kind of acknowledge and talk about. So give me a second, because what I also want to do is I want to bring Frodo into the conversation. I also want to bring Community Fix into the conversation. So let's if you want to hang out some more, Miss Deborah, you can, and if not, I'll go ahead and drop you down.
Okay, just I think I said what I wanted to say.
Did you?
Others join.
Okay, I appreciate you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Folks, I want everyone to remember that I'm always going to be the person running my panel. Me, nobody else. Where I give grace, you give grace as well. If you don't give grace, then at the very least, hush and be graceless. Hush, okay? Just to be very, very clear. I think that when we listen to a 74-year-old woman who grew up in Northeast Tennessee, and she is recounting her experiences and how they impacted her and her political choices, it's not harmful to listen to that experience and draw from it whatever you may will for 2 to 3 minutes. All right. So yes, Mila, yes. Okay, well, you're gonna have to wait. All right, so Frodo, good morning, and how are you? Frodo, do you know that you're on mute? I'm going to send you an invite to unmute. No, I will not be getting the baby some Skittles. The baby has diarrhea, Mad Hatter, but appreciate you for chiming in. No. Now, if you want to come over and clean up Skittle diarrhea, then come on. But since I have zero desire to do that, no, I will not. All right. Community Fix. Good morning, and how are you?
How's it going there, Dani? Just to let you know, I have dual citizenship in America and the UK, and you can see the difference in the politics. It's like night and day. But in terms of like fear, I definitely can see how the GOP basically just want people to live in fear. Even the last caller, she was sort of only caught the back end of it, but I can see that she was mentioning things like Fox News. She was mentioning how it's overtly in your face nowadays, and that the people at the time for her were the patriots, were seen as the patriots, and that the government's just too big, but it's very different. The thing that I want to focus on is this part where why does white Christian America continue to fall for this following? And I think that there might be some reality, some truth in what they're fearful of.
Like what?
So for them, like you kind of have to look at like the religious history of like so many different countries to kind of get to this sort of conclusion. But generally, if you were to look at places like Spain, where there was Muslim and Jewish people living there with Christians, and look at how Catholics, Eastern Orthodox, all of these different types of religions sort of split, and then you can see it become a more secular sort of country. They sort of, the Christian countries, whether or not it's Spain, Portugal, the UK, America, Australia, Canada, wherever, like you can see that like the laws are completely different to say a sort of Muslim majority country, and how they depend on sort of Sharia laws. And I think that
I want you to give me an example of, I want you to share with me Sharia law and what it is, please.
So Sharia law is pretty much like you following what is in your Bible, but what they call the Quran, and what they live by. And so you can see like things like in Saudi Arabia where they have like their laws allow things like underage forced marriages. You can see things like
that's not
oppression of women.
Okay, so
education.
Hold on.
Yeah.
So
these are not Sharia laws, but I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but they're not. And it's really important that we don't say that to be a thing, because they're not Sharia law and it's not in the Quran. And in the United States of America, 33 countries allow underage marriage in this country. And the United States of America does a fantastic job of oppressing and suppressing women, all on its own, as does the UK.
And I'm not trying to say that the Christian countries are somewhat better.
But when you say that there's a reason to fear, and then you say Sharia law, then I'm gonna hold your feet to the fire on that, because you would be hard pressed to. Yeah, because you'd be hard pressed to show me. So number one, so Sharia. Do you know what the word Sharia translates to?
No.
Law.
No, I don't.
Yeah. So Sharia law is just basically law. It's just the law. So when you say Sharia law is law. And there are right, Shimmy. Mila, we're not doing that, ma'am. Thank you. And I want to be clear. There are no Muslim countries today following some whatever. I'm
trying to get you. I'm trying to get you to look at it from a different perspective. And I know that I mentioned Sharia law. What I'm saying to you is that Sharia law has been hijacked, right, by absolute monarchy. It gets hijacked by.
But the question that I asked you was, because you said that there's a legitimate reason for what they fear. And I am asking.
Legitimate. I just said that it's possible that there's a reality where they can argue these things.
No, right? There's not. And so this is what I'm asking. So this is my thing. You did say that there is some cause, there is some legitimacy to what they're fearful of, and I ask you what.
Okay. I'll even grant that, actually, because it's true that is kind of where I'm going.
Right, I know where you're going. I'm very aware. I'm very aware where you're going, because here's the thing. What I want to know from you is the GOP wants you to fear this America. Do you know what all of these people represent? So you'll see Black people, you'll see a Muslim person, you'll see an LGBTQ flag over there. You'll also see a woman. You'll see diversity represented here in all of those different ways. And that is what the GOP would like for people to fear about this country. And so what I'm asking you is, what part of that do you believe is a legitimate fear? And what I want is a concrete example of why they should fear these particular groups of people.
I think that through their messaging, that what they want is like, they want to make sure that they're not oppressed by some other authoritarian, weak rule of law that they see in other countries. And I think that it's possible that when they look at something, an image like that it looks diluted from their presence.
So what you mean is their fear is rooted in the existence of white supremacy.
No.
Yeah, it is 100%. Yeah, yes.
I know that's how you can easily interpret it, but I don't see how that's going to help you.
Okay.
Or me.
Well,
right?
When you say
I'm
dilute,
going to tell you what I'm going to say, and without, because I'm not going to tell you what you're saying, but I'm saying to you that from their perspective, when you just now asked me what do they see in that image, I ask you what you see in that image.
Yeah,
I would tell you what I see in that image, and I also am trying to express that what I think they also see is a lack of themselves in that image. Because if you look at that, where are they?
So the reason they are not here in this image is because they aren't scared of themselves.
And if I think that if we make just an us and a them, it is highly possible that they will not listen, especially any allies that could possibly be, because I look at things from the perspective of Kamala only lost by 1.5%, even less than that. She was so close to winning, and she came in so late. And I just think that there's so many people that probably would swing the other way if in places like the Deep South, like the Mississippi or Georgia, Alabama, wherever, that they are generally voting these white Christians, if they were seeing that there's a place for them, right, and how they can sort of assist. But the people that tend to be running these parties, they're not Christian. I can tell you that much. They don't come across Christian at all. So I don't know what your opinion is of that, but they don't strike me as people who are kind or loving or believing or in God or anything like that. They can hold the Bible though and say so.
So first, let me say this. It is absolutely crazy work to me to think that it is the responsibility of minority groups to tell white people there's a place for them in a country where they are the majority, right? Just to be clear. That would be number one. Number two, to tell minorities that they are responsible for their own bigotry, or that they are responsible for the bigotry and intolerance of the majority is, again, crazy work to me. Minorities are not responsible for the bigotry and the unfounded fucking fear of white people, cis people, hetero people, or Christians, right? This country has been around for 250 years. Name for me what Muslims in the United States of America passed laws that oppressed women and took away women's rights to reproductive health care. Oh no, that was white, cis, Christian men. That's who that was. Wasn't Muslims that did that, right? Wasn't black women that did that, right? Wasn't LGBTQIA people that did that, right? The only people consistently oppressing people in this country are cis, heterosexual white men, consistently across the board. And so there is no world in which their fear of any of these other minority groups is valid in this country. There's been no massive Muslim takeover. There's been no massive LGBTQIA takeover. There's been no massive black people takeover at the expense of white people.
I agree with a lot of what you're saying. Just to address, so that you know that I'm listening to you, I get what you're saying about it being crazy work for the minorities to do, for their bigotry or for anything that they're doing for the last 250 years, just even the oppression of women, what you're saying. I'm in agreement with you on a lot of these things, even up until where you're saying that it is like just such a massive amount of work that would have to be done. But I think that it's worth the work, because they are creating their communities in a lot of these states, and they will utilitize everyone, and that's where it's headed, because they're making themselves more rich, and they are they're more organized almost. You can see.
Who is they? Who is they?
The Republicans, your opposition, I guess.
I'm sorry, they're doing what?
You're saying the white Christians in America, right? Are you saying that? Are you not saying that this is about that your opposition? Are you not a Democrat?
No, I'm not.
Were you not saying earlier that you would prefer everyone to vote Democrat?
What I said earlier, yes, Aaron, he does. So one, no, I'm not a Democrat. Two, what I said is that we need to be voting for the most progressive candidate that represents the working class people that have the best chance of winning their race in the midterms. That's what I said.
Okay. Because I also heard, I forget the name, I think it was Cherokee or something, but she was like really upset about the independent thing, and so I'm just taking from it that, look, the majority, when I look at the people that tend to be in the party of the Republicans, I'm trying to say that those white Christians, they don't tend to be Christians. That's all the point that I'm really trying to drive home.
So you say that, but okay, so let me just say this. When you say that, share with me, what does that mean? What does that mean? They're not really Christians. What does that mean?
So I don't think that they are looking at the Bible and then saying to themselves, hey, these are the teachings of the Bible, which generally go hand in hand with forgiveness, love. Like, that's the messaging, even regardless of like how much misogyny and slavery is actually in there. Like, it doesn't, they don't tend to be people that try to look within or care about the eternal, like having an eternal life with God. It doesn't come across that way to me.
Okay, so
but maybe you have a difference of opinion.
Well, so here's my opinion. I would say they are 100% Christians, as in the Christian religion. And so for me, there's a difference between the Christian religion and being a follower of Jesus Christ. Because Christianity is not in the Bible. Christianity didn't exist in the Bible. Christianity is a man-made religion, right, in this country. And since its creation, it has been used to absolutely oppress, murder, rape, and pillage all different types of minority groups of people. So when you say to me they're not real Christians, I would say no, they absolutely are. And they absolutely represent what the religion of Christianity has been used historically throughout the world to do and to accomplish. And that is a very different thing than being a follower of the teachings of Jesus Christ. They are not the same.
I can see how that works in their favor, because so for example, when I look at Christians, I tend to look at I look at it from the standpoint that we all know who the apostles were. We all know who Peter was. We know who he taught. We know we can link this to the bishops, the canon law that ends up coming about in the 1st century, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and then you can see like other denominations spiraling from there. But without having to get too steeped in that, I'm trying to like land on the point that that if anyone just reads through the Bible and looks at the messaging that comes through in the Bible, it's definitely not what you see where people are just ready to oppress, steal, and hurt others. That's not generally the messaging in the Bible. So when you look at the amount of followers of the teachings of Christ, they tend to be people who don't look at things, the world, in that way, in that light. That's why it's such a huge shock to everyone's system to see them take control in the way that they do. And like right now, the midterms, like there's so many things, like repercussions that can happen to them legislatively, if like through their budgets and everything, if they lose. And so I just think that it's just a perspective that people maybe need to look at them from, rather than just sort of like call it Christian and attack the religion, because I don't see how that works long term, and I don't see how that helps everybody in the long run. And I'm trying to use different countries to demonstrate how those secular laws tend to work in other people's favor while still borrowing those Christian laws. But I'm trying to say that, like, if we don't try to look at the ways in which they can win through this, because that's what they're doing. They've already mobilized and got a group of people to think a particular way in their community. So just think of it as though, you know, when like the Mormon group or the FDLS sort of like start their little communities and they control like people's land or people's money and income. That's exactly what is happening on a wider scale. And I just think it's the perspective that we're supposed to approach it. That's really what I'm trying to get across.
What perspective?
That there's allies. There are people in there, in those groups, that want to escape, just like people in, say, a Mormon or a FDLS, if it's easier to sort of metaphor it. But I'm trying to get across that those people, they want to escape.
So,
Right.
and this,
They don't
then
want
they
to
can
be
escape, but
controlled.
I'm not here to talk about whether or not they want to leave Christianity or
But
they
your
want to
question
believe their
says, why does white Christian Americans continue to fall for it? Right.
right. And
And I'm
so
trying to say this is what they're falling for.
what
Right?
what they're falling for what?
So they're falling for grifters. They're falling for.
That's not what I'm asking. The GOP wants you to fear this America. This America includes Black Americans, Muslim Americans, LGBTQIA Americans, women. This America is what they want everyone to fear. And so why does white America and Christian America continue to fall for their fear mongering about this type of America? That's the question.
But I just said that image right there is not, like, maybe you don't want to hear that perspective, but it's just my perspective, and maybe I'm completely wrong, and I'll come off of here and you'll say, you know, that guy's crazy. But I just don't think that they see that. Because I can look at it and I just think, well, where are they in that image? And clearly we're both in agreement that it's a minority, but it doesn't mean that it is.
The only people not in this image are white men, because white men aren't wanting you to be scared of them, and they are definitely not scared of themselves.
Say that last bit again. I didn't quite
Yeah.
catch
So
it.
the people not represented in the image are white men, right? Those are the only people missing from this image is white men, and they're not in the image because they are not scared of themselves, and they do not desire for you to be scared of them. So the question isn't. The question is, why does white America and Christian America continue to fall for being scared of Black and brown people, of Muslim people, of LGBTQIA people? That's the question.
Are there any Hispanic people in here, Tina? Any? In the image?
In where? So listen.
In the image.
So let me just be clear. I asked Canva to create an image that reflected Black, brown, immigration, LGBTQIA, whatever. I didn't pick all the different shades, and I didn't really give a fuck. The point is, what they desire people to fear are immigrants, Black and brown people, because Black and brown people include immigrants as well as Black Americans, along with Muslims, along with LGBTQIA individuals, right? So that's it. So the point is not who all like how many different shades are in the fucking photo. That's not the focus. The focus is, why does white America, Christian America, continue to fall for the fear-mongering and hateful message from the GOP? That's the question.
Okay. Well, I think after hearing you say that, I just really dislike what Canva did right now, because I definitely was looking at the shades, and I looked at it and thought, yeah, I want to say that part, and I think that is like somewhat reflected.
So listen, I didn't have time to fight with AI today, and if you're upset about the image, I don't care about the image. I could take this image away, and I could put the same thing in. I could put the same thing up. I don't care about the image or Canva or AI. I fought with AI enough. I'm not doing that today. The point of the matter is, this is literally the point. Okay.
I get what you're saying.
Because when you first joined, what you started to do was go down the road of Islamophobia, and I'm not doing that. You did. Nope. You did. You did when you said, "Oh, they have that maybe they have a reason to be scared," and then you brought up Sharia law, right? I'm not going down the road of Islamophobia today, because I'm not going down the road of Sharia law, especially because you don't even know what Sharia law is or what it means and whatever. And the amount of insanity, the amount of harm that is done through regular law here in the United States of America is crazy. So Sharia law has nothing to do with it. Tell me a time in the United States of America where Sharia law has been used to hurt people.
Oh my goodness. Right. So look, please do not try to put me into this group of Islamophobia. I don't have that.
I didn't put you into a group. You brought up Sharia law and then brought up Saudi Arabia and child marriages. I didn't say those things. You did. What do you mean? You literally did that, not me. So if that's not you and you want to clarify what you said, please do. Because when you said there may be some legitimate fear from them, from the things that, and I said, how so? And the very first thing you brought up were Muslims, Sharia law, and child marriage in Saudi Arabia and oppressing women.
Okay, so firstly, I used the example because it's a good example. I used Spain as an example. I'm trying to get you to look at it from another perspective rather than trying to say, hey, this is about Islamophobia. I'm trying to say to you that they will use that as examples, right, to strengthen their groups. So I'm happy to talk about how they use places like I don't know, Stonehenge or something in the UK as an example. If that somehow better, like helps you feel better or something, I'm trying to just simply use examples without it being a motive, because I'm really not trying to do that. I'm trying to just simply get across a message that that there's allies in that group, and so and I don't think that they're so willingly wanting to go along with things, because if you look at the amount of money and time that they put into tricking people into voting for them, then it becomes obvious that they wouldn't want that, right? But it's because of their teachings. There's things that they're worried about. That's all I'm pointing out to you. So you know, I'm still happy to talk about different countries and how those laws work, but I'm trying to say it just goes deeper than sort of like looking at it from a standpoint of it's a Christian thing, because majority of people who became Christian.
Yes. Hold on one second. Yes, Mila. Mila. Huh? Yes, I can. If you guys can give me 1 second, I need to help Mila. Do I have a mod that can do a quick announcement for me while I go help her real quick? And then Aaron, I got you when I get back. I don't know if Cam or Red Hot or I don't fucking know where all the mods are. Give me a second. Aaron, can you do a quick mod announcement for me?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks for checking in, everybody. There's 435 of you. Let's tap that screen. Let's like and share. If you are new here, please check the links in bio. Project by the People, all the other initiatives that are up. We're having a very constructive conversation. Remember, no spamming. No worries, Cam. Remember, no spamming the content in the comment section. Respect is given. Respect is earned. So please make sure we are respectful. And let's tap the screen. And I think that's all. I don't have anything else. Yeah, no worries. I'm in between calls, so I'm ignoring my work today. It's Monday. But yeah, that's Project for the People. Make sure that you have joined the link in bio. Make sure you're looking at all of the resources that are there. If you're not part of the Discord or all of our other channels, make sure that you're checking in, because information overload everywhere, and we need that. Lord Jesus, do we need that?
There's a lot out there for sure. Appreciate you, Aaron. Community fix. Here's my thing. For you to say, oh, but somewhere in the midst of all of that, there are allies and there are people that want to leave that group or whatever, right? Here's what I'm going to say about that is that's fine if that exists. And what I don't feel, so there's an open door for those people to leave the place where they are at. And those people are free, and they have actually quite a few times in this space and in my life found their way out. If you tell me that what I have to do is make sure that they see themselves represented in order for them to find their way out, I would say miss me with all of that white fragility, and I could give less than 0 fucks, because those people should be making sure that we are seen in the world that they desire to create, and they have not, right? So hold on. Yes, Neela. Yeah, I know. I think you should too. I think you should just drink some more water and don't eat anything else for a little bit. Because I'm just not here for the fragility of it. And I'm just being really, really direct. I think people who look around, and because here's my thing. If I look around in the community in which I'm at, and I recognize it for the bigotry and the hatefulness that it is, I don't think that I have to wait for somebody else to create a space for me. I don't think that I have to do that. I think that I can just take it upon myself to leave that space because it doesn't represent who I desire to be as a human being. Okay. And what I'm very, very tired of seeing people do is place responsibility upon marginalized groups and oppressed groups of people for the comfort of the white majority. I'm very tired of that. And so it's not something that I'm interested in doing. Are our allies always welcome in the space? Absolutely. They also better suck it up and get into the space. And that's just where I sit. I'm just not catering to the fragility of whiteness any longer in any way, shape, or form. I don't do it for the white part of my family, and I'm not going to do it in any other way. So, and what I'm damn sure not going to do is place that responsibility on marginalized groups of people that are already have been caused harm and are discriminated against. Like I'm just not doing that. Right.
I hear what you're saying. You're saying, look, it's fine. There's a place for them. There's an open door for them, but you're not down with that white fragility. And you can be direct about doing that as well. You are. I think you are. You said that you're not down for any bigotry, any hatefulness, but they just have to suck it up. I think that I definitely can see that energy making complete sense. But what I'm saying is that in terms of converting any of those, converting people with that energy to which will basically end up helping.
Actually, it doesn't. I want you to watch this Community Fix, because you clearly have. Once again, I don't know why people keep coming in here. You don't know you don't know the space you're in. So, Sherry, are you here? Southern accent, are you here? Southern chick, are you here? Sean, Brevin, Felix.
This is not good.
Yeah, no, it's not, because literally people get converted daily. Sherry, as a white woman, did I have to make space for you? And how do you feel about this community today after our interactions?
Dani, this is not good, because if you only look for like an echo chamber.
No, I don't. Listen, literally, Sherry was introduced to me as MAGA. As MAGA. She came in hot and fucking heavy as MAGA. Literally.
Sure.
And this happens quite frequently in my space.
Okay.
A lot.
Okay. So you think that that's representative?
So here's what I think. I think that the way that I choose to show up works for. Lisa said I was a witness. Yes, you were. I think that the way that I show up is how I choose to show up. And what I know for sure is that the way that I show up is effective for the people that are drawn to me, right? So the people that find their way.
Drawn to you, right? I want you to know that even I am drawn to you because you're intelligent, you are personable, you sound like you're genuine. I'm just trying to say that, like, I think that it would be obvious that if you're converting people, it's like if someone deconstructs from whatever they're thinking, that is a massive task in itself. And then for them to kind of like be converted, because that's what you want them to do, but to do it naturally.
Yeah, I don't convert people, and I don't try to convert people.
Okay, well then maybe we're discussing something that's outside of our realms then. I'm going to drop down.
Well, hold on, because I think maybe you think that that's the goal, is to convert people.
All I'm saying, I've tried to pinpoint that. Look, Kamala lost by like 1.5%. That's all. I'm just trying to.
What's the point behind that?
I can see. I can look at. Just sorry, say that again.
What is your point behind that? Because like I know what
do you think?
I know what the percentage. I'm asking you what your point is, because I don't know what your point is by your making that statement.
I think I was clear through the things that I said. I definitely don't think I'm trying to push any Islamophobia. I was just simply trying to get you to look at it from a different perspective.
What perspective? That I should make room for white people to feel comfortable. And
no, I literally said that this is not about their white fragility. I agree with that. I even said that to you more than once. But I'm trying to say to you that, like, you know, it will be essentially about converting them. Of course it would be. Because
why do you think that it would be?
Because in which way you want them to be converted, in the sense of not voting in that direction, they can just simply vote nowhere.
So let me be clear. So number one, I am not interested in converting anyone at all.
Okay.
Yeah, and number two, hold on, let me finish. Number two, the people that I'm most interested in speaking with are the almost 90 million Americans that didn't vote in 2024. Those are the people that I want to talk to. No.
They don't vote?
No.
Now they suddenly vote because you spoke to them?
No. So that's the difference between you and I. Okay. So what I desire to do is to have conversations with people about the issues: healthcare, immigration, education, affordability, housing, and the midterms, right? So those individuals, and to find out from them. All right, so because these are people that were registered to vote that didn't vote before, and to have conversations that build. So watch this. Do you want to know? I'll show you how well people know what I'm about. People who are in here on the regular and who listen to what I say. Yeah, Aaron, I got you next, right? So, folks, when I talk about having conversations with people, what do I always say that we should be listening for? What should we be listening for? What's the goal of conversations, folks? Why do we have conversations? For what? And you'll just see the chat answer the questions. Connection, community, understanding. Look at that. Share information, common ground, build relationships. You know what you don't see there? What you don't see there? You don't hear me saying convert people.
Oh, wow. I mean, this is okay. Yeah.
To gain understanding, to spread knowledge. Right. And so, because here's what I believe, and I say this all the time. What I believe is that if we gain understanding, if we understand each other better, we are less likely to vote for people and for policies that will hurt each other. So the goal is always understanding and connection, because that then shows up in policy and politics and voting. I believe Aaron wanted to ask you a question real quick.
When I try to say, hey, let's try to look at it from another perspective, and that you kind of try to look for the allies in that group, is that not being open and trying to connect with those people? because I'm fairly certain that's what I'm trying to advocate for. Like, I'm trying to push for that perspective.
So you're pushing to look for an ally. And I'm not here.
If we just label it as though this is a white Christian American problem, I'm saying to you that, like, you know, however, maybe you also don't like the word converted here, but I'm trying to just simply be like cut to the quick and just say, look, this is clearly what would help, right? Because it has to work that way, because, like, logically, because it's not, you don't expect all of those people to be following something for absolutely no reason whatsoever. They're following it for a reason. There's a reason that is being pushed on them.
Okay.
Right, but what you're confusing is your ideology and your thought pattern is for conversion. And I give you an example of what you
Wrong again. I'm gonna go.
If I please can. Thank you so much.
Pleasure chatting to you, Dani.
Community.
You want more?
Community. Erin is trying to have. She wants to have a conversation with you.
I just don't want to have. I don't want to.
Before you go, let me just say one thing, please.
I was having a conversation with Dani, and I do think that regardless of whether or not we may or may not disagree with each other, I do think
the Sharia law comment about Saudi Arabia, he wants to convert Saudi Arabia from not having Sharia law. He is the one that's trying to colonize and convert people from their
That's not what I'm saying, man. So stop playing a character. Whatever you're playing a character.
And that's where the disconnect is.
Whatever, mate. You're trying to discredit whatever I've said.
No, I didn't.
You sound like you're playing a character. When you come
I didn't
stop acting like you're playing a character.
Yeah, I didn't discredit you at all. It's about your perspective. Your perspective.
Yeah, how do you like the perspective that you're hearing right now? I'm saying that.
Well, I mean, your perspective is that you're locked into your life.
Don't tell me. How do you like the perspective? Yeah, I can tell you my perspective.
And you don't even know what my perspective is because you won't allow me to speak. And like, if we're having like a really good conversation, then you have to allow someone else to speak. And
yeah, you're just talking nonsense.
No one here. So first, community fix. No one here is paid to have these conversations, and Erin is not an idiot. And don't be disrespectful.
She's not getting paid.
She's
Why
not.
Is she forcing a conversation?
So here's the thing: you join the panel, right? And so listen. So first, let me just say this. Stop for a moment, okay? Don't do that. Don't do that, because I wouldn't let anybody else call you a name. Don't call her a name. Don't do that.
She should not try to call me a name.
So what? Well, she didn't try to call you a name. If she was going to call you a name, community fix. Hold on. I'm going to speak for a moment. If she was going to call you a name, she would have called you a name. She didn't, right? And then you've been insulting twice, right? Okay. Twice. And what I'm going to ask you to do, stop for a moment.
No problem.
Why are you
I'm just not up for people trying to attack.
Nobody was trying to attack. She literally was going to ask you a question.
That is wild. That is wild.
Can I say something real quick?
Well, let me look, if I can say my point really quick. So I think a great example and why there was a disconnect is because we're not trying to convert anyone. We're trying to get people to open their minds to think, look at facts, and say, hey, does the facts support what I'm thinking, right? When he brought up Saudi Arabia and Sharia law, right? He found, and of course we know that this is not true, but he found that there was a problem with the type of laws that they had based on their culture, based on wherever they are. So he wanted to convert them to not use their culturally based laws, customs, reasons, so that he is more comfortable. That is the definition of colonization.
Yes.
That is the definition of conversion. And he knew that I was going to say that. That's why he didn't want me to say while he was up here. Because Dani hasn't told anyone how to vote. She wants to know, why are you thinking? So let's get to the why. If you can get to the why, then everything else is just conversation. And that is why I love this space. That's what we're doing. But he wants to tell you what you think, and then you need to then defend and make sure that he feels special. You cannot give us a time in history where Black or brown or indigenous people absolutely were abhorrent to white people and did not feel welcome. You will see in the history of the world that these groups allowed white people to come in, and what did they do? They took advantage, they raped, they unalived, they stole, and then they colonized that region to make them think like them. And so that now that we're in a part of a place in history, well, in current times, where we are thinking about this logic and say, why are we doing this? Why are we watering down the complexity of our creations and our cultures to make people feel comfortable because they don't, and I have to say it this way, sorry, have any. And that is why they think that their identity is under attack because it's no longer centered. And that was a great example of that.
Yes. Today has been exhausting. And just with two different guests already. Hear me, love, baby. Here. I knew as soon as I heard, if you say to me that there might be some legitimacy as to why these folks are scared of a diverse America, right? And I say, based on what? What's up, Miss Peaches, right? And your go-to is Islam and Sharia law. I'm going to stop you on that point. I'm going to stop you. I'm going to address the Islamophobia, and I'm going to call it a thing 100%, because the reality is, yes, Timmy, just a moment, because this is the reality. Sharia law, the way, the path, right? It is simply the way that Muslims believe God wants them to live in order to live a righteous life. And just like Christianity and any other religion, people can take it, and mostly men have taken it, and interpret it to mean other things to the detriment of other people. Just saying. Most often, it is the fucking patriarchy that shows up throughout religions that causes harm to other people. And I am so let me just, when people say something, I've heard people say, well, Muslims have honor killings. So do we. Christians have honor killings. Listen, y'all just watch it on TV for fucking entertainment. Listen, quote unquote honor killings in the United States of America is fucking snapped. And the first 48. Listen, when you see a husband kill his wife because she cheated, that, beloveds, is an honor killing, and it's on the first 48. Stop fucking acting like this shit is not. It's the same thing here. When they talk about, oh, you brought dishonor to the family, that is what Christians have done whenever they have killed, whenever they've harmed somebody that's LGBTQ or kicked out someone in their family that's gay. Listen, it is the same fucking thing. You just don't call it that. Because if white Europeans had to actually call the things that happen honor killings when they fall into that category, then you'd be no different, and you wouldn't be able to claim Islamophobia. It's the same shit. America just makes money off of it. They just entertain it and sell it to you on TV. Miss me with it. Y'all want to talk about Islamophobia. Y'all don't want to talk about David Koresh, though. You don't want to talk about Bob Jones, though. You don't want to talk about those folks. You don't want, do we? Should we talk about Warren Jeffs? Y'all busy talking about child marriage when it comes to Muslims, but you do not want to bring up Warren Jeffs. Or who is the dude that took over his people after Warren Jeffs was in? His fucking shit is on Netflix on another special now. Y'all just made it into a little series and made some money off of it. What's his name? The real ugly boy. No, he came after Warren Jeffs, and everybody was like,
Samuel Bateman.
yes, Sam Bateman, his ugly ass, that raggedy shit. Listen. America just turned it into a Netflix series, and then it's more easily digestible. Keep sweet and pray, damn it. But let's not talk about the babies. Right, Eric, keep sweet and pray.
And then don't forget about the guy who unalived the child groomer and is running for sheriff, and they just dropped the charges for him, so he's cleared to run for sheriff after the unaliving because of that. I'm not going into the details. The situation.
Yes.
And he's praised for this.
Yes. Here's what I want. I want the United States of America to stop acting like you give a shit about women and girls and children and the elderly, because you don't. You don't. You voted in a man that brags about committing sexual assault. And you voted him in again after he was adjudicated guilty of sexual assault in a civil court of law. Don't tell me you give a fuck about women. No, you don't. You don't give a damn about women. If you did, the ERA would be in the Constitution, and it is not. So, and just so everyone knows, do you want to know why the ERA is not in the Constitution? Because in the lovely United States of America, even though it passed in 1973, it took until 2020 for the 38th state to ratify the ERA. It took until 2020 for Virginia to become the last state needed to ratify the Constitution. That's how much the United States of America wants women to have equal rights. It took 53 fucking years. 50 years. Whatever. Right? Because you don't really want women. And by the way, let me just say this for all of you all that are wondering. So all that's needed to have the ERA added to the Constitution, all that is needed is to get rid of the 10-year requirement for ratification. So right now, if a state passes law, if an amendment passes Congress, it has 10 years to get 38 states to ratify it. Okay? All we have to do is remove that 10-year time limit, and the ERA gets added to the Constitution. Democrats tried to do that in 2023. Anybody want to guess which party blocked it? Anybody want to guess? Here's a hint. Not fucking Democrats. You can Google this. The GOP Senate Republicans blocked the resolution that would have eliminated the 10-year requirement for the ratification of an amendment in 2023. Which is why when I talk about the things that we could get done, pretty simply with a progressive majority in the House and in the Senate, that's one of them. Give them a Democratic majority in the House and in the Senate, and in the spring, the ERA is in the Constitution. Imagine that. Just like that. That's it. You're welcome, misunderstood. It means that whenever they got the required number of ratifications, then it would be added to the Constitution. So if it took 20 years, it just took 20 years. Instead of it being capped at 10. That's all that it would mean. But don't tell me that the two parties are the same. So listen, this is the way that I look at it. Okay, so let me see how I can say this. Tell me the name of the dude. What is oh my God, what is her name? Watts. What's her name? Shania. What's her name, y'all?
Diana Watts, the one that was on the line by her husband?
Yes. And what's his name? I can see his name. Chris. Okay, listen, okay? Because this is how my brain works, okay? Shanann, thank you, Jen. Okay, listen. The Democratic Party is like Ike. But later day Ike. So not like Ike in his prime, but the later day Ike. The Republican Party is like Chris Watts. Who the fuck do you want to date? Ideally, neither of them, right? However, those are the options at the moment. So at least if I date Ike, I can live to see another day until I whip his fucking ass in the back of the limousine.
That analogy is wonderful. It makes so much sense.
I just have to put it in ways that people can understand, right? If you choose Chris, we done.
Right.
Yes, Ike Turner. Yes. I'm just saying. But at least Ike, there will come a day when I whip your fucking ass in the limousine. And I am free. Right? I'm just saying.
It makes sense.
And do you know what's really important, y'all? Do you know what's really important? Is when she did it, Ike said, "Oh shit," and set the fuck down, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
That is exactly what will happen with the establishment Dems. That is exactly what will happen with the establishment Dems. They will say, "Oh shit, they not playing. We're gonna have to sit the fuck down." I'm just saying it. So, anyway, when I bring you up to the panel, please do me a favor, keep yourself on mute until I get to you. But I'm down for this conversation. The amendment already passed, Demi, is what I'm telling you. The ERA is the Equal Rights Amendment. That has already passed. It has already been ratified. All we have to do is pass a resolution that eliminates the 10-year cap for it to be ratified, and then it gets added to the Constitution. All right, folks. All right, me too confused. Did you mean to request that? No, okay, I got you. Lewis, did you mean to request up?
No, I'm sorry, Dani. Sorry about that.
No worries, I got you. And I'm guessing LaDonna didn't either. Okay. So Aaron, here's what happened this morning. I'm preparing to go live this morning. And of course I can run through the whole gamut. I can talk about Todd Blanche being sworn in. I can talk about the new DOJ memo. I can talk about the fact that it's not law and it's just a memo and that it's just giving us a foreshadow of what position they're going to take in court. Like I can do all of those things, right? And there's some validity to that, right? In terms of having those conversations. And we can talk about Iran and hell, if we even wanted to, we could talk about whatever the fuck was in the backside of the president's pants when he walked off stage the other day. I don't know what it was, but if we wanted to, we could talk about all of that. However, I really think if we do not start talking about what is at the root of this fuckery and foolishness, November 3rd is going to get here and we're not going to be where we need to be.
Right.
And I believe that the question that I'm asking today is at the root of so much of this. Because if you can share with me why you continue to fall for the hate and the fear mongering and all of that, then we can begin to unpack that and get to the place where you can even, because right now, if you can't hear facts if you are full of hate and fear.
Right.
So we gotta talk through the hate and the fear first so that we can create space. Right now, if your plate is full of hate and fear, we got to clean it out. We got to make room for facts and information. We got to get there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Scotty. And so that's the place where, and so that's what prompted this conversation. I don't know if you were in here when Cherokee was up. Were you in here?
No, I came in with that last guest.
Okay.
So I missed Cherokee.
Girl. Okay. So I'll tell you where we started. So Cherokee comes up. Cherokee is a write-in candidate for Senate in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Okay.
Who did not get the 10,000 signatures, but got 5,002, which I'll celebrate 5,002. And when I expressed that what I believe is the path forward is when you come to November 3rd, then your choice is the GOP challenger or Mark Warner. You vote Mark Warner on November 3rd.
Mm-hmm.
And then as an independent candidate, you continue your grassroots efforts. You continue to knock doors. You continue to build your name recognition so that in 2028 or 2030, you are a viable candidate that has the opportunity to win.
Absolutely.
Okay, as soon as I'm done, we can. Okay. You can call her. She's home now. Call her. She might play with you. Girl, again. All right, here. Now listen, this time you have to plug it up and leave it plugged up so it can charge. Okay. Uncle Doug says hi, Mila. She said hi.
Hi. So cute.
So she was angry that I said that, Aaron, because she wanted to say, yeah, but he voted for the Lake and Riley Act. And I said, yes, I'm aware. And it's a horrible act. And he also wrote the Chips and Science Act. And he also was part of the Affordable Care Act. Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
I like hurt.
Does it? Come here. No. Did you scratch it? Is that what happened? Did you bite like a piece of your skin off your lip?
No. I was like,
You were? Okay. Somebody reported us for harassment and bullying. What? Nobody has harassed and bullied here. Listen, folks, if you don't like the conversation, then please leave. But nobody is harassing and bullying anybody in this space at all. Crazy work. But so, and then she got upset and she said, okay, well, so you're just vote blue no matter who. And I said, that's not what I said. What I said is, Mila, I know, but listen, you have diarrhea. You cannot have Skittles right now, okay? You got to wait a minute, babe. I said, here's the thing. What I said is, you vote in the primaries for the person that makes your heart sing, right? For the person that makes you feel all warm and fuzzy. But that's not what you do in the general. The general election, you do what is in the best interest for all the people. And then I gave this example because y'all know, well, you've already seen how my examples go. But this is what I said to her. I said, okay, but here's the thing. So follow me. Let's just say that you and your policies are filet mignon. Okay. And, but you don't have a chance, I hope in hell, of winning, right? And Mark Warner is a Whopper from Burger King. And the GOP candidate is dog shit. Okay. Yes, there's a far cry from filet mignon to a Whopper, but at least it ain't dog shit, right?
Right.
At least there's some nutritional value. At least it's edible. At least it's not poisonous to your system, and that's my point. And I'm not. So my thing is, I'm not going to get rid of everybody that you want to get rid of in one fell swoop. And then they were angry because I said, this is why progressives lose so fucking much. Is because you make it about your ego and your morality over what's the best option that we can do for the people right now. And that's my point is, if you are choosing your feelings and your moral superiority over the best option for the people at the moment,
it's selfish.
Yes, it is selfish. And I said, listen, I said, this is my thing. Like, I'm pragmatic. Maybe that's the military in me, right? But what I understand is that every time I vote, I'm not going to feel amazing and like through the roof and like jump up for joy. But what I am going to do is choose the closest I can possibly get to what I desire to see happen in the lives of people. And if I'm ever doing that, if I'm ever doing anything different, if how I feel about it comes into play, then number one, I'm probably not cut out to be a public servant. That's number one. And number two, I damn sure am not ready to be a public servant today.
Right. I agree that purity vote, it's all or nothing, is how, we've gotten to where we are. Like, for me, with your example, I loved it. I would have said filet mignon versus steakum. Same concept.
Same concept.
Same concept.
Same concept.
But you're exactly right. Like, it's not, and then people like to say it's the lesser of two evils. Is not the lesser of two evils, because one is constantly moving forward, even if it's at a snail's pace. It is still moving forward. The other wants to regress and take things away from people. That's not the same. You can't tell me anytime in the modern day Democratic Party, which I'm not a Democrat, as you know, as well,
right,
has voted to take rights or access from the people. They've actually tried to, in their half-hearted attempts, to make it a little bit better for people. Yeah. Now it needs to go further.
Correct.
And that is the critique of the Democratic Party, which that's why I think like the DSA movement that's happening right now, I like it because it's making people actually have the conversations and saying, you know what, we'll take that away. That corporate answer that you always get in corporate life, well, thank you for that. We'll take that away and nothing happens.
Right.
But now that take it away comment is no longer cutting it. It's like, no, I need to see policy. I need you speaking on this. I need you to move because we're losing ground and losing ground fast.
Yes. And let me just tell you, Sean, here's what I would like for you to do is join the panel. Because this argument of, my tax dollars going for people who won't work. Number one, it's not true. Anybody that has ever been on public assistance knows that ain't the case. The majority of people that receive assistance, and the average across the state, by the way, for people that are on Medicaid that work is 70%. That is the national average. The people that are on Medicaid in this country, 70% of them work already, period. That's a fucking fact. Okay. Number two, SNAP benefits. It is the majority of people that are on SNAP that already also work. The problem that we have in this country is that we have tied whether or not people have access to health care, right, to whether or not they work for another corporation or not. But what we don't do is require those corporations to pay a livable wage. And we don't require corporations to offer health care. Crazy. Morning, Irvette. It's just, I mean, these are just real fucking facts.
Exactly. 100%.
So you can say what you want to say about, oh, it's about my tax dollars. Listen, there are millions. Listen, in Tennessee, 45,000 Tennesseans lost their Medicaid this year, in the past year, in 2025. Did your taxes go down? Nope. Your neighbor lost access to health care, but did your taxes go down? No. People lost access to SNAP benefits, so they can't get their food. Did your taxes go down? No. So meanwhile, the people in your community, your neighbors, they're losing access to healthcare. They're losing their ability to buy groceries and eat. You're paying the same in taxes or more, and it's just going to rich people. It's just going to rich people. Do you know whose taxes did go down? Fucking multimillionaires. That's whose taxes did go down. Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, centimillionaires. Their taxes went down. Not yours. Not yours. Theirs. At the expense of regular working class people. And let me just tell y'all something. I am so tired of hearing people don't want to work. I'm so tired of him. No, do you know what people don't want to do? People do not want to work themselves to the bone to still not be able to afford a decent life. It is not that people want to be lazy. It's that people want to be able to work and be treated like a human being and to be valued. People want to be worked and paid an appropriate wage for the work that they do. People aren't work adverse. People are tired of working themselves to the fucking bone and still not being able to afford to live.
$100%. And you know, and I always ask, especially when I'm talking with, you know, still avid supporters, and I bring that up. Has the prices gone down? No, it's actually gone up. But I thought y'all couldn't afford things when they were lower price from the last administration, so you wanted for this administration to make it go down because you couldn't make it. But now all of a sudden you can make it because the prices have gone up. It doesn't, you know, make a square that circle or circle that square, whatever that saying is. Mm-hmm. You know, it doesn't make sense. Yeah. And then, you know, you heard about the family in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. Yeah. Yes. And literally the board was stealing the assistance money for themselves.
So listen, here's what's crazy is some of the members on the city council in Rocky Mount, North Carolina, they actually got the agreement. So there's two different things that happened. So yes, there was a time when, no, Carla, I don't, but thank you for asking. So listen, yes, two separate things happened in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. Yes, there was a time where the board was stealing money that was meant for the county for themselves. That's a thing. The second part is there are members on the city council that were allowed to have payment arrangements for their utility bills, but other people in the city were not. And so as a result, this one particular family, 3 members of this family, had a $2,000 electric bill. They wanted to give the utility company $1,000 and make arrangements for the rest. Okay? They were told no. The electric company refused to take $1,000. So they cut their electricity off. So the family got a generator, and it appears that they did die, but it appears that it's from the carbon monoxide poisoning from the generator that they had to go get after their electricity was turned off because the city of Rocky Mount, North Carolina wouldn't take a payment arrangement and take $1,000 of a $2,000 debt. But they allowed payment arrangements for members of the city council. Absolutely asinine in the greatest nation in the world. Let me just say, okay. And this is an issue across the board. So yeah, it's crazy to me, Aaron. Let me get Tasha in for a second. Tasha, Tosh, good afternoon. How are you?
I just heard your part about, Democrats wanting everything, and it just spoke to me in this moment because I'm in Texas, and we have a contentious Senate race here going with Paxton and Tallarico.
Yep.
If you guys are familiar. And I kind of felt the same way. I my personal candidate was Jasmine Crockett. And I know people had critiques of her, but that was my candidate. And then she lost, and however the reason, if you want to dissect it, how she lost or the reason she lost, at the end of the day, she did not win. And so we're stuck between, we have two choices. We have Tallarico and we have Paxton. And so you cannot get everything you want. And I hear you when you say, sometimes you just have to get with what you can get at the moment. That's going to get you closer to what you want. Yep. And there's a lot of people saying they don't want to vote for Tallarico and all of these things, but it's like, what do you want? Do you want something or do you want nothing?
Yeah, Paxton is less than nothing. Paxton is a horrible human being who is also a criminal.
Exactly. And so you have this choice, and it's like, well, I'm going to sit out. No, these people have gotten everything that they have wanted by playing the game. Why can't we do the same? Like, yeah, I would like more progressive candidate, but at the end of the day, you have to take what you can get. Look what they have done. They have played the game, and they have gotten everything they wanted. So no, we can't get everything in one fell swoop. It doesn't work like that. But we are getting closer and closer to nothing, and we would do better if we had just played the game. Can we at least get closer to what we want rather than just give up altogether? Yeah. So I just wanted to speak to that because it really spoke to me in that moment when you were saying, it's something or nothing.
Right. And people don't realize, like, the rollback of civil rights started in 1966. Right. The Heritage Foundation was founded in 1973.
Yep.
They have been on this quest since equal rights were given during the civil rights movement. In the 1980s, they started with the conservative radio buying up all the AM conservative radio stations. And they've slowly been encroaching more and more and more. John Roberts was clerking for the centers of the expansion of the civil rights movement back in the 80s or early in the 90s.
Yes.
So this has been a lifelong thing. And I know we live in a microwave popcorn generation. And I know we want things quick, fast, and dirty, right? And yes, some things we can absolutely get done immediately. And I give Dani as a great example. There are certain things that he was able to fix immediately, change it, no him and hawing, right?
Right.
But there are other things that's going to take time. And I need, like, progressive leftists, those who don't identify, those who don't like what's going on now, to understand that some things can be fixed now, but the way that this administration has broken the system is going to take time to fix a long time. Like, I am, like, y'all know where I work in finance, so nerd for just a second. I can't believe no one is talking about the Corporate Transparency Act and what is going on with that.
It's on my list. It's on my list. It's on my list because, so we can talk about this Corporate Transparency Act because what this DOJ has done is, guess what, folks? They are no longer going to be collecting the information. So it used to be that if you set up a shell company, what do we know that shell companies are used for, y'all?
Money laundering, A&M violations.
Spending money.
Yep.
I just did my banking compliance last week.
So listen, shell companies are set up for money laundering, tax dodging, and fucking with elections. And so there was, in fact, a Corporate Transparency Act that was passed by Congress to collect that information. This administration is no longer going to do that. Did y'all know that?
Yeah. And they deleted the list of all the known money laundering shell corporations for the people.
So listen, all of them. So this is what's so crazy, y'all. Not only have they decided that they're not going to collect that information going forward for any shell companies, they destroyed all of the data that they previously collected.
Yes. So everything that was collected during klepto capture with the Biden administration, when they were going after the money laundering, the tax cheats, when they got $1 billion, ooh, baby, they was close to uncovering some stuff. Because for this to be a priority in this administration, and not to mention, remember a couple weeks ago, we found out that Capital One said, because remember Trump said that they closed his accounts for political reasons. Capital One said, no, baby boy,
nope.
It was shut down because there was all this money laundering that was happening.
So now, what they said specifically, though, they said they're not saying it was happening. What they are saying is that it was suspected, and after multiple reviews by their money laundering folks, they shut them down.
Now, as someone that, of course, I'm not going to doctor to tell y'all where I work or what I do, but we have this thing, we have compliance every year that we have to do. It's AML training, it's anti-bribery, anti-money laundering. I mean, it's like nails on a chalkboard. But when I tell you, if you have ever taken that training, and maybe you can find one online, if you do the training on anti-money laundering and compare it to what we know certain people are doing, your flowers would be gasted.
Yes.
And when a bank closes your account like that, there's so much in that statement for those who are like in that industry and those who are like privy. There was so much loaded information in that statement. That is why when I read that, even though they said suspected, they absolutely had smoking pew-pews.
100%.
They absolutely, the names of the people who were on those lists,
yep,
who were the money, they have ties directly to those allegations, but they are not going to put their feet in the fire and say that because of all the implications that come with it.
Yes.
That's why they're always going to give plausible deniability.
And they closed 300 plus accounts.
Yes.
It was 300 plus accounts. So let me just give you guys the update. Back in 2021, right? Aaron, that's when they closed them? 2021?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, they closed them in 2021.
Yeah.
So the FinCEN, which is the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, FinCEN, okay, they made a permanent rule this month. And this is what it says. In August of 2026, U.S. companies and U.S. persons are completely exempt from filing BOI reports. That is the Beneficial Ownership Information Reports. And that is because of the Corporate Transparency Act. That's what made them have to file it, okay? So now, in the United States of America, domestic U.S. small businesses, corporations, LLC, do not have to file BOI reports or submit owner details. FinCEN actively removed all of the previous data that it collected since 2021, and they deleted it from the federal database. U.S. persons holding a FinCEN ID no longer need to update or correct previously provided personal information. Mm-hmm. We are the easiest company, and we are the easiest country to go in and set up a small business, a shell corporation. And this is why hundreds of people in foreign countries come that have it done here.
We are the new Cyprus. Cyprus used to be the country that had almost zero banking regulations. You can do whatever you want. Now, I'm going to speak in code. Tie this to, remember they say if you want to get to solve the crime, follow the money.
Yep.
And there has been something that's been covered up like a blanket. Ooh, I'm cold. By certain people in power. Mm-hmm. And even though that house has all kind of records and wire transfers and payments that actually would go directly to the sources of people and maybe the Bears and the Goldilocks situation. And now all that list has been deleted. So it's going to be up to the financial institutions to keep and preserve these records. So when the Democrats get back in power and they reinstate this stuff,
they can then subpoena the records from the financial institutions to rebuild the list that the Treasury Department just deleted.
Correct.
And someone asked a question, did Dems vote for this? This was done by the Department of Treasury. This had nothing to do with Congress.
Yeah, so this new rule that they implemented, this was done by the administration.
Yes.
It had zero to do with Congress. So the Corporate Transparency Act was actually was a bipartisan thing that was passed. Yes, Bassett did this. Yes, Bassett did this.
Yep.
And yeah, if you guys have not been, I mean, yeah, it's a big deal. And of course you bring it up. I was like,
right.
Girl, I was just reading about this.
Right. And you know how the administration is selling it, that this is going to help small businesses.
Except it's not. It is going to absolutely help the people that have a shit ton of money and they want to move it around and hide all their stuff. Like, listen, y'all.
That's like saying your lawn guy has been accused of money laundering and now he will get that burden off his back of fines he had to pay.
Yes. And every bit of information that they had showing that he did it before is all gone.
Yes. Yeah.
It's all gone. They literally deleted all the information that we previously collected over the last 5 years. Literally, y'all. So like, this is a real thing. And so like, Aaron, this is why, like, bless my heart, when I hear about all of these different things, this is why I go, you know what? I just think anybody that's making less than six figures shouldn't even have to pay taxes. I literally think just because if you're not making that kind of money, you can barely live. Yes, babe. Okay, I'll ask him. And I think about somebody in the chat earlier was like, yeah, but Social Security is almost running empty and da-da-da-da-da. And I said, listen, you want Social Security to have money? Remove the fucking cap.
Right.
You want Social Security to have money? Remove the fucking cap.
I never understood that cap. Why is it capped at like almost 200,000?
Right.
When you have people making billions of dollars that could be paying into it.
And then
it makes no sense.
on top of that is, can you imagine if all we did was, let's just say you make $500,000 or more, when you hit that $500,000 mark, it increased by an extra 1 or 2%. Can you imagine what we could generate revenue wise for Social Security? It wouldn't be that hard. And listen, and you're not talking about like an astronomical amount of like, it's, these people aren't going to miss it. Jeff Bezos could give away $12 billion today and never miss it.
Right.
That's it.
And the problem with us is that I don't think so, Jeff. Aaron might know. He wants to know if anybody's challenged that policy under 18 USC 2071.
It literally just happened. I'm sure it's coming. It literally just happened, but they hit delete as soon as they passed it because they knew it was going to be challenged. Like, oh well,
it's already gone
now.
Yep, it's already gone. The internet is forever, but not the Treasury's documents.
Right.
And then the other thing that we could talk about, if we really wanted to talk about something, is, listen, I really do think Katie Fang is going to be the fucking hero for the Epstein files.
Mm-hmm.
I really do. So if you all did not see, Judge Sullivan said, y'all have to give this information to her. And she has already said, her team has already said, once they get the files, they're all going public. Right. And so I love this for them. And listen, do y'all know that the Justice Department attorney, the Justice Department, the DOJ lawyer said to the judge, when the judge said, listen, I'm simply saying that you have to follow the law, right? And I'm willing to work with you guys if you need a timeline, whatever. And the guy was like, all I can tell you is that it's in process, and I have an instant. So you're basically telling me that I've gotten all the information I'm going to get from the government? And he goes, yeah. It is wild. And this is what I want y'all, the day has come when DOJ attorneys are sitting in courts of laws lying to federal fucking judges. I just need y'all to understand that. Drew Ensign lied to a judge in 2025. during the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case and the 5 Venezuelans. Y'all know that, right?
Yep.
Lied to their fucking faces. So, you know, the DOJ is now a corrupt legal institution.
Yeah.
They are no longer and so to me, how can you enforce the law when you are literally violating law yourself?
Yeah. And don't forget, Trump, and I have to thank Craig for giving me this fact. I didn't realize this. The Trump administration fired, there used to be about 20-ish corruption attorneys in the DOJ. They fired all but 2. So if you're going after waste, fraud, and abuse, and you're going after all this corruption, how are they going to be able to manage that workload if they're fighting and doing all this stuff with only 2 lawyers now?
You're not. And let me also say this, folks. Here's what I would ask everybody that voted for this administration, because you were concerned about immigrants. Can you share with me when Congress passed new immigration law?
That part.
I would like to know, where is the Republican Party's immigration law? Because I don't see it. They've been in office now almost 2 years. Where is the immigration law? Because I can play a clip for you where Senator Lankford said the president told them not to vote for immigration law. I can show you that clip where he said, yeah, it got caught up in presidential politics and Trump told them, don't fix it now, we'll fix it when I'm in office. I can play that for you, right? I can show you for a fact that the incoming administration, right? Okay, gotcha. Thanks, Tosh. Appreciate you. Take that bill. So show me, where's the new immigration bill?
Right.
What was already a law, Lily Lou? We have existing immigration law, but listen, everyone agrees that our immigration law needs to be updated. Everyone agrees. And what was in the Lankford bill is not already a law. And to be quite frank, I don't even agree with what was in the Lankford bill.
It's a conservative bill.
It's a super conservative bill.
Mm-hmm.
It was the most conservative immigration law. And Dems were going to pass it.
Mm-hmm.
It did not get passed because of the president. Right? And so tell me this, I'm asking right now, where is your immigration law?
Right.
You don't have one.
Because y'all said that y'all had a plan. That's why they put you in there.
Where's the healthcare policy? Where's the healthcare policy? Where's our new healthcare plan? And let me just say this, if everything that comes out of the GOP is for more privatization, fuck off.
Right.
I do not want to hear about another deal with major corporations to make them rich as fuck at the expense of the American people.
Mm-hmm.
There is something fucking wrong with you all that you all are supporting shock gloves being used on our children in schools.
Right.
What is wrong with you? Why are we treating our children like worse than animals? What is wrong with y'all? Shock gloves on children?
Absolutely insane.
And that's why you're outsourcing education shit to the Department of Labor. Because you just want to start making our children go straight into the workforce. Yeah, little Linka. They got these little thing called shock gloves. ICE is going to use $20 million of them. $20 million worth of shock gloves. Have y'all not seen this? They are already being used in Oklahoma.
I've seen the videos of them. It's ridiculous.
Yes. Yeah. In schools. So, it's known as GLOVE, GLOVE, generated low output voltage emitter. And listen to what they say, delivers a quote unquote pain compliant electric shock through palm pads upon skin contact without firing barbs. But let me just tell y'all something. It brings people to their knees. So it's a $20 million planned purchase by ICE, and they have been deployed by school resource officers in Omaha, Nebraska. Sorry, not Oklahoma. Omaha, Nebraska.
Yeah. And remember, okay. Now, petty but not petty. America has never been a manufacturing economy except for weapons of conflict. Whenever we have conflict going on, that is when we're leading with the productions of weapons of conflict. And so these things, these tactics that they're looking at, this is the type of manufacturing they're bringing back because we know the other manufacturing is not coming.
Right. So I'm just going to show you all. It's 40 seconds long. Hopefully TikTok won't. Whatever. But I'm just going to show you. Hold on, guys, so that you can see. And this is what they want to use on our kiddos. Hold on. No, Doris, $20 million is the planned purchase for ICE with these damn things. So I just want you all to consider what happens for kids on the spectrum, special needs kids. I want you to consider what happens with children that are nonverbal or whose verbal capacity is limited. I want you to consider what happens for people with heart conditions or pacemakers or any of that. I want you to consider all of that, okay? I don't know why I have to even say that because we should just be thinking about fucking human beings, but here we go. So what?
So he's refusing to release his grip on this. Sir, put your arm out to the side. Put your arm out to the side.
No, sir.
I'm going to apply the glove. Put your arm out to the side. Last warning.
No.
Now we have compliance and control in about a second with little to no force being used in this incident. That's the overarching goal with the glove, is to reduce the amount of force.
So, compliance and control. Nothing wrong with that. Fuck your First Amendment rights. Fuck your rights as a human being. Like, just compliance and control, that's the goal. I want you all to start thinking about, right, Kat, seizure disorders, all the things. And yep, and now I'm going to show the other video because there was actually a representative that this was used on. So give me a second and I'm going to show you another one because yeah, it's fucking nuts.
But Dani, remember, it's our 250th year. We are going back to the tactics that were used during chattel slavery. So, are we making America great again?
Of course we're not.
Physical restraints and like, it's insane. It's absolutely insane.
Yes, it is. So let me see. Here's the one. So this one, and they just gave me a restriction because of unoriginal content. So what I'm going to do on this one is I'm not going to show it over here. You guys are going to be able to see it over here because fuck you, TikTok. Sorry. It just irritates my soul. 40 seconds and they're saying for unoriginal content. It is the Fair Fucking Use Act, TikTok. God. All right. So
Larry wasn't happy with that one.
Right.
So allowing his brain to focus mostly on that local pain compliance, nowhere else. I don't control any aspect of his body. There'll be very little marks, if any at all, no signature marks. So if I were to hold on to him, he's going to be able to pull away, and I'm going to fight. I mean, you can imagine if he doesn't want to comply with the actions that I need to proceed with, what this looks like over the course of the next 60 seconds, 90 seconds, so on and so forth. However, if I can have some control here and get to skin and skin alone, I come here and I absolutely move into compliance and just proceed through with whatever level of control that I'm trying to get you. And even though he's going to tell you here in a second.
Did y'all see how quickly he buckled and fell all the way to the fucking ground? All the way to the ground.
And that's a controlled demonstration with I'm only gonna do it for a second. In the heat of the
moment,
I guess I'm gonna put it that way. You see how these agents are losing their cool with just simply being told no. So how long do you think you're actually gonna be using those bells on people?
Yeah.
What do you think is the real life application of that?
Exactly. Do you think they're just gonna touch and let go? No. And this is my thing. I can't say this enough, but let me just, I really want y'all to hear me on this. They are using fear and hate. I did, Shimmy. I said, fuck it. So listen, they are using fear and hate to make you scared of people that don't have any concern with you, so that the rich and the elite can absolutely take all your fucking rights away. And y'all are over here celebrating because you're so fucking full of hate and bigotry. It's literally fear and hate while you give up your rights, while you forget your Fourth Amendment, your First Amendment, while you forget your right to say, listen, so listen, y'all, every order is not a lawful order. You don't have to do everything a police officer says. By the way, that's why there's a Constitution. That is why you have civil rights. And you should know what your rights are. And you might want to be focused at the fact that there are people working diligently to take those rights away or to water them down to damn near nothing. And guess what? They much prefer just to let you give them away. And some of you all are gladly giving your rights away because you're so full of your bigotry and your own hate, which is wild to me. James, you requested up? Paul, I accepted your request, but for some reason it doesn't show you.
I'm here.
All right, James, what would you like to share?
For months and months, I've told you about how unsteady, how uncomfortable I feel every day. I look for another shoe to fall. Here we find out that he's reduced the size of the games he was going to do with South Korea because of his allegiance with North Korea, because he was mad at South Korea because they didn't support Iran. Then also I heard today that they're changing rules with banking so his Bitcoin can have can get into banking. It's just amazing. Every day we're filled with this information of how this man is enriching himself and making the world less safe. It's just crazy.
Yeah, I really think that what people need to take away from this, and I keep saying this and I'm going to keep saying it, it is not just about him. And every time we make the focus about him, we miss the bigger picture. You got to turn down. Can you turn down your TV in the background?
I'm in a facility.
Okay. So let me mute you until I get you to talk again. So let me just say this to you all, okay? It's actually, Tosh, these are not his ideas. Anybody that thinks these are his ideas, these are not his idea. listen, there is a group of people that decided 60 years ago that they did not like the direction the country was going in. And the direction that the country was going in was a country of equality, equity, autonomy, and diversity. That is the direction. When we began to make meaningful progress in law form that would level the playing field somewhat, there was a group of people that said absolutely not. And they immediately set about figuring out how to stop that, reverse that, end that. What's up, Dugald? And what they very cleverly found out was that if you tap into a core value, you can get people to do just about anything, to believe just about anything, to listen to just about anything, to do just about anything, right? And anybody want to take a stab in the dark at what core value they determined they would use? What is it? What's the core value, folks? Religion. And specifically in the United States of America, what religion? Christianity. Yep. And that is what they decided to do. Because, okay, so listen, did you all know that when we talk about core values, what we believe? So listen to this. When we talk about miscommunication with each other, like why we can't communicate, why we don't get understanding, right? 85% of miscommunication is just simply 85% of conflict is just miscommunication, a misunderstanding of the intent of our words, and it can be pretty easily resolved if you take the emotion out of it and you just get clarity on the meaning of the words. 85%. So I'm going to give you an example of what that looks like. Okay. So, and this is something that I've taken to do in advance. I'm not dating now, but when I was dating. All right. So follow me. If I say to you all right now, hey guys, I'm going to go up this live. I got a phone call coming in. I'll be back later. Can anyone tell me what later means in that sentence? If right now I teacup and then I come back and I go, hey guys, I got an important call. I got to go real quick, but I'll be back later. What does later mean? When do you think I'm going to be back?
In the future, we can't tell you when that is.
Some other time, later.
Right. Don't tell me in the future.
Brandy said minutes. Veronica said today, tomorrow, sometime in the future. Later is whenever you're ready. Later means never. Today, maybe. Not now. Tomorrow. Later this evening. Later in the day. Some people say as soon as I get done with this call, right? The point that I'm making is everybody has a different idea of what later means.
Right.
Because when this happens in your regular life and you're on the phone with your friend and your friend goes, girl, somebody's knocking at my door. Let me call you right back. What does that mean? Let me call you back. After I check with the person that's at my door, or, and then what happens when they don't call you back? Then you're like, what the fuck? You said you was going to call me back. Because we all have our own definitions of what we believe later is and soon is, right? All of those different types of things. That's miscommunication that can be resolved with just a clear understanding. So, real talk. Last significant relationship that I was in, when we got to the point where we were going to be exclusive, right? I said, okay, so let's just chat for a second. Let's make sure that we have some understanding, okay? And I said, okay, so what's your take on cheating? And he was like, I'm not here for it. And I said, so can you do me a favor? Can you define what cheating is to you? And he laughed for a second. He was like, what? And I was like, I need to know what are the things that you consider to be cheating. Because for all I know, you could be like Bill Clinton and be like, I did not have a relationship with that woman because you think a BJ doesn't apply. I need to fucking know what for you is cheating. Is texting cheating with somebody that that you don't know? Is like, what is cheating? Right, the operational definition. I need to know how you define these things so that we can have a productive relationship, a productive conversation. Because I ain't arguing with you. You could be like, oh, I never had sex with her, but y'all are in an emotional relationship. I need to know what is cheating, right? But here's the thing. We oftentimes, as human beings, we don't take the time to set these boundaries up front. And most of the time it's because we don't want to hear the answer because we know that we're not going to agree on things and then we might not ever like actually stay together, right? So people just avoid it, knowing good and well you needed clarity, right? So that's just like having an understanding of the language that we use with each other. And then the next part after that is understanding in conflict, right? After you get through that 85%, the next 10% of conflict is probably going to require a mediator. Okay? Because 85% can be resolved with just simple clarification of the meaning of the words and our intent. That other 10% is going to need a mediator or outside involvement. And then 5% of conflict is rarely resolved when it includes your core values. Oh, I appreciate you, Sage, becoming a super fan. Your core values is going to make a difference. So when we think core values, a lot of people think religion. But what else are in our core values?
Freedom of speech.
Freedom of speech.
Humane.
Yep. Money, family dynamic.
Baseball.
I don't know about that though. Maybe not a core value. Family, morality. Right? So when you think about that, of our core values, what set the foundations? I think that faith sets the foundation for almost all the other core values. Whether that faith is in a religion or not in a religion, whatever your faith is built in, like it's the thing that you base everything else on. Even if it's anti-religion, it's still your faith. And it drives how you feel about damn near everything else. So when you can connect a person's faith with a particular ideology, you're probably going to get something accomplished. Because your faith is your belief system.
Connecting it together.
Yes. And so that is what they began doing 60 years ago. The GOP did. And I'm going to tell you where the Democratic Party slipped the fuck up. Is the Democratic Party thought that they had, and they still think this, that they have the black churches.
Right.
The problem, exactly, it works in reverse too. Exactly, Jeff. You want to come talk about that? And so what the problem though is that number one, black churches today are not black churches from the 60s. And black people today many black people today do not look at Christianity inside the church as they did 60 years ago. Because a lot of people understand that the church has been used by the government to cause harm in black communities. Right, Scotty, society is not the same. And so here's what has happened. Society has changed, right? Society has changed. And yet the way that our political parties have not. The way that those political parties operate have not. Okay, so follow me. The same Southern strategy that the GOP and the Republican Party was using in the 50s and 60s, well, the 60s and 70s, they're using today. Just new language. DEI, woke, CRT, all of that, right? They're using it today the same way they did back then, just different words. And the Democratic Party is still using the same 50s and 60s playbook when it comes to everyone else. The problem is one of these playbooks still works. The other one does not. One, what? Oh, good God. So gifts are suspended for 10 minutes due to reproduce content. You guys are just fucking stupid, TikTok.
And that's why, like me, and I'll get personal for just a quick second. That's why I like as a Christian, I'm more of a follower of Christ because I do not believe in the Bible. I do not believe the Bible is the word of God. Like I'm what people will call a heretic. I am not other Christians, but that's why I like the deconstruction space a lot because it breaks down things of what you've been taught, what you've been just preached to growing up. And it makes you question it. And when you start questioning that, it doesn't question who you are, but when you start questioning that, you start questioning and bringing logic into reason, into thinking, into everything, and it really expands your horizon. And so that is why I think that you see, and it's a hard juxtaposition because you still have the black church still very heavily into Christianity, but also not falling for the white supremacy of Christian nationalism. And it's because the lived experience and their interpretation of the word and the stories is different than I'm going to say the word colonizers. The colonizers' interpretation of control and subjugation, and it is like it's so convoluted that it's not like a quick one sentence that explains it all. But it's you see the dichotomy of both sides voting differently, even though they believe in the same thing.
Yeah. So listen, I saw a comment in the chat that said that religion has been taken over by people who are not true believers. I disagree. I believe that religion is what religion has always been used for. Listen, if you look throughout history, religions have always been used to control and to grift, to gain power. That is what religion has always been utilized for. Jesus was not a Christian. He was just Jesus Christ. And if you bother to look at the teachings from Jesus Christ, they align with the core teachings throughout all major religions.
Mm-hmm.
For those of you guys who don't get it, I'm going to say that again. The teachings of Jesus Christ exist and appear throughout all major religions. The use of religion to conquer, to colonize, to kill, to convert, to control has always been there. And in the United States of America, Christianity is a business. That is why your church is an LLC. That is why your church is a nonprofit. That is why your church fills out paperwork with the government. Just to be very clear, Christianity is a business. Religion is a business. Do you want to know why you will never see your church's tax return listed in the Nonprofit Explorer? because they don't have to file one. Churches are not required. Just in case y'all didn't know. You can miss me with it when you are, and I'm going to tell you, do you know what's really starting to irritate me? Not only are they tax exempt, Roscoe, they don't even have to file. Listen, there are places that are tax exempt, but they still have to file. Churches do not. But do you know what I am tired of seeing? And this is going to sound however it sounds, but I do not want to see another. Oh, I need to also say this. Tomorrow afternoon, I'm going to do a special live with Papa Orion. It is a live where we will be talking to folks in Congo, and we will be highlighting a couple of programs that are there. So please make sure that you jump in. I believe that it's 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will create a TikTok event for it today with the flyer, and he's going to give me information as to how you can support what is happening over there in the Congo. So I want to make sure that I mention that right now. Okay, before I forget. But here's what I'm tired of seeing. I'm tired of seeing where people who barely have anything give what they have to help those who have nothing. Friday night, Titus. I'm going to say that again. I am tired of seeing where people who barely have anything give something so that those that don't have anything can get by. I want to tax the ultra fucking rich. I am so tired of seeing those that barely have enough give to those who have nothing, while those who have everything don't give shit. I'm so tired of it. And I'm tired of seeing people who brag about what they give or post about what they give and look what we're doing for the needy while you vote for the conditions that make them fucking needy. I'm so tired of your purity votes and your virtue signaling. If I could get rid of two things right now today, I would get rid of virtue signaling and your purity votes. Because then maybe we'd actually vote and get some shit done.
No lies detected.
And you know what's so crazy is, like, I grew up, Aaron, neck deep in church. And I mean, you want to listen, my daughters laugh because at one time I was so into Christian church. My kids grew up, listen, my kids did not even watch, they didn't watch Rugrats, damn sure didn't watch Harry Potter. Like, listen, the whole, like, no Pokemon, like the whole, like, James Dobson, all of it. That was your girl. From my mid-20s to my mid-30s. That's where I was. That's the time.
I remember I brought home, I spent my little $3, went to Walmart and bought Carrie on VHS. And I brought it in my house. In the house, I was gonna watch it. My mom's like, "I don't get that demonic thing at my house." Like, in the South,
But that's where I grew up, right? I grew up like, if it was,
yes.
Listen, if it was Poltergeist, get that demonic shit out my, like, yes, it was. Everything is demonic. There was like very little human accountability. It just was like all the things, y'all, for real. Mm-hmm. And so this is why I really do believe that part of the reason why I am as effective as I am in having conversations with people is because I have lived in those spaces. I have been that person. I've said this so much that I used to be someone that would say God made Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve, which is one of the reasons why I go so hard for the LGBTQIA community, is because I have to be as loud in my advocacy as I was in my oppression. I have to be same all the way across the board. So whether that is with regard to that, whether that's with regard to Islam, whether that's with regard to whatever it is, like once I get it right, I'm in. And then that means I have to be like, I have to just call it out all the time. Because I was part of that other thing. Right, Scotty, I have to move in equity. And so, this is one of the reasons why there's this balance that has to happen. We have to talk about the issues, and we have to talk about the policies, and we have to talk about like the administration and Congress and all of that. And if we do not have these conversations about the fear mongering and about the use of religion and the weaponization of religion against people, if we are not doing that work at the very same time, then we won't get it done. You know what I mean? Because that's what's required. And so James, back to your point about like, I'm just seeing him doing so. I want everyone to please stop talking about. I just want people to stop making it about Donald Trump. It is about so much more than Donald Trump. It is about every single one of us. It's about each of us as individuals. And if we are showing up, and if we are doing our work, and if we are deconstructing, they have been working for 60 years to get to this place. And it's not just the Heritage Foundation. It's the Heritage Foundation, and it is the Federalist Society, and it is ALEC. It is all of them. Do you all understand? Do y'all know that the Heritage Foundation they were not the sole authors of Project 2025? Over 50 organizations joined with them to write that document. Did you all know that?
I did not know that.
Yeah. So hold on, I'm going to show you this. Yep. And the only reason I know it is because my dumbass used Project 2025 as a guide for Project for the People, right? So when you look at this document and you get into it. So first, board, you ready? The Alabama Policy Institute. Hold on, I'm going to show you guys over here so that you can see. The Alabama Policy Institute, the Alliance Defending Freedom, American Compass, the American Conservative, America First Legal Foundation, American Accountability Foundation, American Center for Law and Justice, American Cornerstone Institute, American Council of Trustees and Alumni, American Legislative Exchange Council, that's ALEC for those of you who don't know, the American Main Street Initiative, American Moment, American Principles Project, Center for Equal Opportunities, Center for Family and Human Rights, Center for Immigration Studies, Center for Renewing America, Claremont Institute, Coalition for a Prosperous America, Competitive Enterprise Institute, Conservative Partnership Institute, Concerned Women for America, Defense of Freedom Institute, Ethics and Public Policy Center, Family Policy Alliance, Family Research Council, that's fucking James Dobson's, by the way, Ford's Leadership Network, Foundation for Defense of Democracies, Foundation for Government Accountability, Freedom Works, the Heritage Foundation, Hillsdale College, Honest Elections Project, Independent Women's Forum, Institute for the American Worker, Institute for Energy Research, Institute for Women's Health, Intercollegiate Studies Institute, James Madison Institute, Keystone Policy, the Leadership Institute, Liberty University, National Association of Scholars, Pacific Research Institute, National Center for Public Policy Research, Patrick Henry College, Personnel Policy Operations, Recovery for America Now Foundation, 1792 Exchange, Susan B. Anthony Pro-Life America, Texas Public Policy Foundation, Teneo Network, Young America's Foundation. That is the list of just the organizations on the advisory board. So I'm going to show y'all something. And I haven't ever done this before, but we're going to do it real quick. So what I need here is all right. So I'm not going to be able to share my screen with you all, but I can with you all over here. And so I'm going to show you all something. Yes, they're very deceptive names because they start they're meant to sound this way. Okay. So when you open up Project 2025, it says the 2025 Presidential Transition Project, and then the very beginning of it says a note on quote unquote Project 2025. You're watching now both. Love that, Desi, right? So it opens up and it says, we want you. The 2025 Presidential Transition Project is the conservative movement's identified effort to be ready for the next conservative administration to govern at 12 noon, January 20th, 2025. Welcome to the mission. By opening this book, you are now part of it. Indeed, one set of eyes reading these passages will be those of the 47th President of the United States, and we hope every other reader will join in making the incoming administration a success. So listen to the opening paragraph of Project 2025. You ready? Oh, whoops. A note on Project for the People. We need you! Exclamation point. Project for the People is a citizen-led effort to be ready for the next midterm election scheduled to take place on November 3rd, 2026. By reading this document, you have a responsibility to do what is in the best interest of not only yourself, your family, and your loved ones, but also your neighbors, community, and the population as a whole. To whom much is given, much is required. And now that you are aware of the movement, you are responsible for the action you do or don't take from here. Can y'all see that I kind of mirrored their talking points? So I'm going to keep going because here's what they said. They go on to say, oops, hold on, let me move over here. History teaches that a president's power to implement an agenda is at its apex during the administration's opening days. To execute requires a well-conceived, coordinated, unified plan and a trained and committed cadre of personnel to implement it. In recent election cycles, presidential candidates normally began transition planning in the late spring of election year or even after the party's nomination was secured. That is too late. The federal government's complexity and growth advance at a seemingly logarithmic rate every 4 years. For conservatives to have a fighting chance to take on the administrative state and reform our federal government, the work must start now. The entirety of this effort is to support the next conservative president, whoever he or she may be. Here's my take on that. You ready? Progressive camp, to whom much is given, much is required. And now that you are aware of the movement, you are responsible for the action you do or don't take from here. Progressive campaigns tend to wait until the last 3 or 4 months before the election to start truly organizing and implementing strategy. That will be too late in 2026. Our communities are already too stressed out. The dangers of ICE/DHS are becoming increasingly evident in our neighborhoods, and people may not be able to wait that long. And even if they could, would you be the most effective at that time? Probably not. The time is now. Okay? So again, I'm going back to Project 2025. You ready? Listen to this. For those of y'all who do not know this, in the winter of 1980, the fledgling Heritage Foundation handed to President-elect Ronald Reagan the inaugural Mandate for Leadership. How many of you all knew that the Heritage Foundation wrote something called the Mandate for Leadership and gave it to Ronald Reagan in the winter of 1980? If you did not know that, put a 1 in the chat. If you did not know that, put a 1 in the chat. Well, look at that. Learning new things today together, aren't we? Okay. Some of you all knew. Love that. So listen to what it says. This collective work by conservative thought leaders and former government hands, most of whom were not part of Heritage, set out policy prescriptions, agency by agency, for the incoming president. The book literally put the conservative movement, I did teach you that a while ago. Thank you, Shannon. And Reagan on the same page, and the revolution that followed might never have been, save for this band of committed and volunteer activists. With this volume, we've gone back to the future and then some. It's not to 1980, it's 2023. That's when they wrote it. The game has changed. The long march of cultural Marxism through our institutions has come to pass. The federal government is a behemoth, weaponized against American citizens and conservative values, with freedom and liberty under siege as never before. The task at hand to reverse this tide and restore our republic to its original moorings is too great for any one conservative policy shop to spearhead. It requires the collective action of our movement. With the quickening approach of January 2025, we have 2 years and one chance to get it right. Listen, they know they've got one chance to get it right. That's why this midterms is so fucking important. Listen to this. Project 2025 is more than 50 and growing of the nation's leading conservative organizations joining forces to prepare and seize the day. Listen to this again. Project 2025 is more than 50, and in parentheses, and growing, of the nation's leading conservative organizations joining forces to prepare and seize the day. The axiom goes, quote, personnel is policy, end quote, and we need a new generation of Americans to answer the call and come to serve. This book is functionally an invitation for you, the reader, Mr. Smith, Mrs. Smith, and Miss Smith, to come to Washington or support those who can. Our goal is to assemble an army of aligned, vetted, and trained and prepared conservatives to go to work on day one to deconstruct the administrative state. The project is built on 4 pillars. And so they have 4 pillars. Project for the People is built on 3 things. So let me read to you this part. The time is now. Unlike prominent think tanks, we don't have large financial backers or significant political connections. What we do have is 2 things, heart and hope. Those are the things that make us the most dangerous to this administration and those who would like to see the country continue down this path. It is also what makes us a threat to some members of the Democratic Party as well as the GOP. While the 2 parties are not the same, they share some devastating points of intersection with their conservative counterparts. The Democratic Party shares some devastating points of intersection with their conservative counterparts. And it's in those shared values and common goals that they find us a hazard to their agenda. As of today, they're all on notice regardless of party. This is a pragmatic approach to politics based on what's in the best interest of the people, average, everyday people. And while from a policy perspective, that has traditionally leaned to the Democratic side of the aisle, it is not a free pass for re-election, especially without a primary challenger. In 2026, members of the Democratic Party who are currently in office have a small window in which to determine their path forward, because after we win a Democratic majority in Congress in November, we begin the process of challenging and defeating those members who put corporate interests, a particular religion, or a foreign government before the American people. Project for the People needs people across all spectrums to come together and deconstruct the current administrative state and redesign our congressional state. There are those who would have you believe it's not possible, that we don't have the power. They're wrong, and they know it. If we, the people, didn't have the power to make it happen, they wouldn't work so hard to limit or take it away. Why make it harder to vote? Why silence our voices? Why create media monopolies? Why engage in deliberate misinformation and disinformation campaigns? It's because they're afraid you'll realize who the real enemy is and stop fighting the people in the same boat as you. This document is your invitation to support this message and join the movement in the best way possible in your life. What does that mean? It means not everyone will be able to participate in community organizing. Not everyone can run for office. Not everyone can put together community forums, etc. So find where you can be the most effective and that best fits your life, but just be real about it. Don't use it as an excuse for your apathy, your depression, or your resignation. Push yourself. We know how badly the other side wants the world they desire. They wrote a 900 plus page playbook on it and developed a coalition of over 50 plus conservative organizations to figure out how to make it happen. And it's time to ask yourself, what are you willing to do? Their opening talks about their 4 pillars. The very next part of Project for the People outlines my 4 broad fronts, my 4 pillars, and what that looks like.
That transition was smooth as heck. Go ahead, girl.
Thank you. Thank you. And so when I say, so this is why, so let me just tell you all, when I say I use Project 2025 as like a guide, a template for how to write Project for the People, I'm dead ass serious. I did. I looked at their letter, their introduction letter. I looked at how they talked and how they phrased things and the verbiage that they used, and the spin that they put and what they wanted to tap into. Do you think it's like just happenstance that I said, to whom much is given, much is required? No. Who the fuck do you think I was talking to? I know who I'm talking to. And that is why when I keep saying to you, this is not a plan that's just for the midterms. Project for the People is Project 2026, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. This project is for the fucking people, regardless of what year it is. I don't give a fuck about what year it is. It's Project for the People. And that's why I spend so much time talking about what it means to be a progressive populist. What it means to want something to work for working class people. And I am tired of seeing people attaching our value to work. Rich people don't do that, y'all. Rich people do not attach their value to how many hours a week they're fucking working. Y'all do know that, right? They love it when they don't have to work at all and get a shit ton of money in the bank. And they do that by having everyone else work their fingers to the bone. What is the use of being, quote unquote, the superior species, which sometimes I fucking doubt? But what is the value in that if all you're doing is working? Well, what is the value if you're not figuring out how to enjoy your life, how to spend time with your family, how to help each other, how to better each other's lives? What is the value? I do not care about Republican, Democrat, Independent, Tea Party, Blue Party, Pink Party, Barney Rubble Party. I don't give a shit about political parties. I want to know, why are we creating such a shitty world for our children? And by the way, some of you all need your work ethic so that you don't have to deal with who you are as a real person. Some of you all need to succeed economically because you're a shitty human being. Just saying. Well, listen, sometimes I don't dress things up. For some of you, that is your only identity. Look at the job that I hold. Look at the office that I work in. Look at how much my paycheck is. Just saying.
It makes sense, and with that statement, why the threat of diversity, of literally looking for the best is so threatening to certain people.
Yep. Aaron, I play this song so many times when I think about this. It's India Irie, right? And do you remember the song that she wrote called There's Hope?
Absolutely. I have a playlist I play every day at work. Absolutely.
So let me tell you what they don't want people to realize. So number one, so second verse of the song. And she says, hold on. And yes, I'm going to do it. Just give me a second because I want us to have a real moment for a second. And I am not saying, listen to me. Whoops. I am not saying not to be successful monetarily. I'm not saying not to succeed in whatever your job is. I'm not saying that at all. What I am saying is that if that is your sole identity, beloved, you are missing it. If that is the only place where you have value. You can't hear me now? Can you hear me? What the fuck? One sec. I'm muted. One sec. Oh, for fuck's sake. One sec. Hold on. Don't freak. One. Is it back now? Okay. I'm not playing any music. He said we can hear the music. There is no music. Okay, wait. One sec. Okay. James is on mute. Something really weird is happening. No, I can't hear Aaron. This is so weird. Hold on. Okay. Going to restart. I can't hear Aaron. Okay. I don't know what happened. You guys give it a second. Okay. Can you all hear me now? I'm talking. Tell me if you can hear me. I don't know what happened. I couldn't hear anybody and y'all could not hear me. How weird is that? Oh, well. That's nuts, but it's okay. Tis okay. Great. Love that it's all fixed now, even though that was crazy as hell. What in the world, people? What in the world, people? Very weird. I didn't hear anything that Aaron was saying. I don't know what happened. Yeah, TikTok is having a day. It's okay, though. All right. Back to what I was saying. Stalking over from TikTok. Love that, Indigo. Yeah, as soon as I couldn't hear Erin, she had a meeting. Okay, great. Thanks for letting me know. Okay, thank you guys for letting me know. All right, so here's my thing. Folks, when we say that corporations are those are the people that create the jobs. We create the jobs. And corporations are great as long as they treat people well. Gone are the days where corporations should benefit from the backs of people, not have to pay taxes, not have to pay a livable wage, and people are supposed to suffer. Yeah, Erin's amazing. Always amazing. Always amazing. Give me a second. Let me grab this because Miss Leela. Oh, good gosh. Mila fell asleep, as you can tell. So hold on, I gotta plug up. Are y'all done freaking out over here yet? Because if you are watching over here, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, Substack, anywhere, please say something in the chat because my whole shit just crashed and then I just had to reboot and now I'm back. And for whatever reason, my charger is not working. I know you guys see me, but I don't know over there. All right, folks. At least you can hear me. One sec. I know it's all good now. Okay. Oh my gosh, people. Oh my gosh. AI summary. Host is back after a technical glitch. Yes, technology is being a whatever it's being today. That is for sure. Okay. I don't know. Okay, so everybody can hear me now, right? I love that everybody can hear me now. You see me now? Thank you, Irvette. Oh my gosh. Okay. Fall for what? The fear mongering, Bill. It's pretty clear. Right. Okay, so yes, we're all okay now. We're good. All right. So the point behind what I just shared with you all and the introduction for Project for the People is so that everyone would understand that we did not get here overnight, and that the position that so while Bill, I'm not afraid of anything. Why don't you get on the panel? Why don't you come to the panel if you want to have a conversation? Here, I sent you an invitation. Join the panel. I'm waiting for you, Bill. I literally sent you an invitation all on your own. Well, Bill, this is for you. This is your moment. No, I didn't think so. Hey, Wasim. All right, so listen, folks. It's always crickets because they don't actually have like a real viable perspective. Yeah. You have an on-camera meeting. I got you, Aaron. No worries. I got you. What's up, Island Boy? I will bring you. I'll bring you up in just a second. Let me make sure that my door is unlocked for Bella. All right. So listen, folks. Yes, Shimmy, you are right. So, a couple things. I'm going to get to the song in just a second, Shimmy. So a couple of things. Okay, folks. The reason I got out Project 2025 to use it as a template is because regardless of what you might think about how they use it, their methodology works. Can we all agree that, like it or not, they are productive? They do manage to get things done. To the detriment of working class people, they do manage to get things done. So for me, what I thought was, if I want to be productive and if we want to get things done, why? I'm not going to try to reinvent some shit. If they already have, what's up, DeBoss? If they already have something that works, right? Then I'm going to utilize that, right? So Emerald Enigma, let me tell you what. Number one, I don't believe you believe that. And if you do believe it, I don't believe that you're proud of it, or you wouldn't be on here with a fake fucking account. So if you believe it and you want to talk about it, then come on to the panel. And then we can talk about what you think they're quote unquote right about. Because what I see is people that come on this app that say the things that you're saying. You all have fake fucking accounts. You don't join panels. You don't want to have real conversations. You just say a bunch of shit and then leave. Danny, please don't spam my comments. So, Emerald, join the panel if you want to talk about it. Yes, the restart did bring out some of the trolls, but let me just, so y'all don't talk to them, just let me address whatever is coming, and then we're going to keep going. So listen, folks, it is important to take a look at what they did. And so there have been people that told me, oh, well, there's a Project 2027, or somebody's working on a Project 2029 and whatever. The reason I did not put a year on Project for the People is because it's true regardless of the year. The work, the methodology, the focus, the effort, it's applicable regardless of the year, and it never stops. It is a new level of civic engagement that doesn't go away regardless of who's got the majority in Congress, regardless of who's in the administration, regardless of what political party is doing whatever. Project for the People stands from this day forward. Well, then join the panel. This is your opportunity. I've already told you to come to the panel. So you know how to request up. There's a big box right there that says request. Click it. So that's part of the reason. And it's getting really clear on how we move things forward and how we make things work for working class people. Period. And if you're not someone that not TikTok going, try to say something. Audio good on your end? Crazy. Yep, Irvette, there's a lot of that. Good afternoon, Island Boy. How are you?
Hola, how you doing?
Living the dream. What's up, my friend? You wanted to say something?
As much as we can. This app has been, I think they upgraded their algorithms on this app, because I've gotten violated more times, like within 2 weeks, like 3 weeks, than I've gotten the whole time I've been on here. Right?
Yeah.
It's just from using certain words, like right now, they are literally strange fruiting us. And I made a couple of videos talking about the strange fruiting, and it's getting yanked down right away. I challenge it, but by the time it comes back, sometimes it takes like 2 weeks. The last one they released it to be available to everybody, it took 2 weeks. And by then, the video was so stale, hardly anybody saw it.
Right.
And it's really frustrating, because sometimes I put a lot of effort into editing the videos.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
You know how that is. You put a lot of effort into yours, and when they yank it down like that, it's like what the hell? What did I say? I'm not cursing or nothing like that. I'm not, but it's frustrating. But the thing, but what I came up to is say this, and people got mad at me and say, "Oh, you are attacking Democrats too much." I've said this before. Democrats are like, this might sound a little fascistic, but follow me. Democrats are too okay with losing power. Meanwhile, the other side is desperate not to lose power. The other side insists that they are entitled to a space at the table of power. The Democrats are too laissez-faire when it comes to say, "Oh, well, we lost. Okay, we'll go again next time." And I get this sentiment, but let's be realistic here, right? The Republicans have an, and this one talking about Project 2025, what you're talking about, using the same tactics that they use, the same methodology they use. Republicans are like, something, we lost, but that was a fluke. We're gonna come back for that seat next time. We're coming back aggressively. What did we do wrong? Let's go and get that seat. Every seat. Republicans always have somebody running for every single seat. No matter in the bluest of states, they always have a Republican candidate running for the seat. Democrats often leave a lot of seats in red areas just open, nothing. And unlike the Democrats, when Republicans run in blue areas or purple areas, they don't moderate their policies or what they're going for because they're in a blue area or a purple area. They're coming with blood red crap. For instance, Chris Christie in New Jersey, when he ran in New Jersey, he didn't run as no centrist. He came in here with some dyed in red, ruby red Republican policies. He didn't hide from that. And I think the party's coming with any watered down stuff. And Democrats constantly say, "Well, no, we need to let you do this," and and stuff. And there's no real consequences for when Democrats don't uphold the agenda, when Democrats betray the agenda. I mean, that's my take. What do you think?
Yeah, so a couple of things. Let me just say a couple of things for folks. If you are new here for me, first, let me say this. I ask for 4 things in this space. I ask that you be respectful, that you do not type in all caps, that you don't spam my chat, and that you don't type in all caps. And the reason why is all caps are reserved for my folks that are vision impaired. It is for those individuals and my moderators. So so just be respectful because there are people with visual disabilities. Number two, when I say don't spam my comments, that means don't say the same shit over and over again. If you do that, you will get muted. I don't care what quote unquote side you're on. Just follow the guidelines. They're not that difficult. Okay. So I think that, so first, what I hear you saying is that Democratic leadership, as in the DNC, has been okay with losing, and that they haven't been as aggressive as maybe they need to be. Here's what I will say is that I do believe that in the last 2 years, especially the last year and a half, 2 years, I've seen that shift, right? So the Virginia election that happened, that's the very first time that every single seat in Virginia had a Democratic challenger in every district, including the reddest of the red. Okay. Right now, the same thing is true in other places. Texas have Democrats that are running in all 150 seats. And so I think that it's important that we acknowledge that while that has been the trend, that is something that over the last year or two has changed and is changing in a big way. I think the same thing is even true across Tennessee. And so those things are things that are changing. I think it's important when we talk about the party to talk about the party from its leadership perspective rather than Democrats as people or Democrats as local individuals, right? And so I think that that's important when we have that conversation. So, yeah, I mean, those are my thoughts specifically around that, because I think that is something that is changing.
I agree because honestly, when I talk about this, I'm always talking from the point of view of leadership. But I guess I need to really want to make that clear before I make my point. Because a lot of people tend to think, oh, you're just picking on Democrats as a whole. I'm always talking about the leadership, right? Whenever I talk about Democrats in my videos, I'm always talking about the leadership. If I'm talking about a specific Democrat, I will name that specific Democrat in my comments on my video. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But when I criticize Democrats, don't do this. I'm talking about the leadership as a whole. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
What I've seen James Carville do in the wake of BSC folks winning, right? You know what I'm saying? And progressives winning has me really bothered. You know, I'm really troubled. And the fact that he likes to go on Fox News and spew the stuff he's doing, which basically gives the Republicans like a nice video clip to put in an ad to run against like progressives. You know, which is I have a problem with that.
Who are we talking about?
James Carville.
Oh, yeah, fuck him. I don't. So here's my thing. I literally don't care. So this is my thing. I pick where I want to put my focus, and he ain't it. And the reason why he ain't it is because the vast majority of young Dems, Gen Xers and under, aren't listening to what the fuck he says. Nobody gives a shit. I would say find a millennial that knows who James Carville is. And find a Gen Z that knows who he is and gives a damn. Sorry, no one cares. And I really don't care about the opinion of another rich white man. What, baby? You can have one. I just don't.
Yeah, I hear you.
I don't. And so, yes. You already had one on your way up? That's what this is around your mouth? How many are in there? You need to tell me how many are in there. Hold on, guys. We're navigating cookies. It's important. Are there two? Three? You can have one. The other one is for your sister and the other one's for your brother. But you got to make sure that there are three. Okay. So this is my thing, right? I don't focus on what these folks are saying. I'm literally super dialed in to talking to people and building connection and talking about community and whatever. Because listen, I guess I don't care what the 1% has to say. I don't care what establishment Dems have to say. I literally am interested in working class people who are the people that are going to be the most harmed if we don't get things fixed. Oh no, there really is Rainy, or she wouldn't have had one. She would have said no. So like, I'm just saying, like, I can't spend my time focusing on what those people say and do. I just can't. I literally am. I'm focused on working class people. Yes, love, in my brown bag. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Like, I can't do it. Like, I'm at this place where I'm just somebody. They didn't. It's been a rough day on this app. Number one, let me just say, I've dealt with a third party.
You got booted. You were on before.
I didn't get booted. I ended up rebooting because we lost volume. Yes, my love. You would need to look. It's either over there on the bed or on the couch, Bella. Yes, Marky, not enough bandwidth. So I've already dealt with a third-party write-in candidate for Senate that is hell-bent on still splitting the fucking vote. And then I've already dealt with Islamophobia on this app, and then a pivot trying to not be Islamophobic. And then I've already dealt with huge technical issues where I lost all of the sound over here on TikTok and got restricted for showing a 40-second video, and then lost everything over here where everything already shut down. So like, it's just been a day. But I think, so like, one of the things for me, and then somebody else saying, I started out, my very first person was, I always enjoy debating with you. And I'm like, I'm not debating, and I don't enjoy debating, and I don't want to have a fucking debate. I want to have real discussions and real conversations based on the issues and the facts. And why people are like, they just want to go around this app and debate to get their ego fed is fucking wild to me, when people don't have access to healthcare and to food and to housing. Like, who gives a fuck about having a debate or winning a point when we have real issues? I think it's absolutely asinine that the whole fucking country is not up in arms about becoming a surveillance state. Like, what in the hell?
Yo, I did a stitched up video this morning. This woman was in the DMV, and these people in masks were in there just filming people who are sitting in the DMV waiting area.
Yeah.
They were filming people waiting in the DMV waiting area. And he got upset. She's like, what are you doing? This is weird. Like, why are you filming that? I can't see your face. You're masked up. You have your stuff. You're filming people in the waiting area. You're completely masked. And because she made a fuss about it, the cops wanted to arrest her, talking about she's disturbing the peace.
Well, so here's my thing. The DMV is not a public space. So listen, if you are in a private place, they don't necessarily have the right to film. And so what people need to find out is, what is the law? You don't have the right to film me without my consent if there's a place where I have an expectation of privacy. And when I'm standing in the DMV, I'm inside a private place. I'm inside of a building. I'm not standing outside of the parking lot. Now, if they wanted to sit outside and film whoever comes in and out of the parking lot, legally they're able to do so, because there's no expectation of privacy. But so give me a second.
That is very unsettling, because I've been inside DMVs for years, right? Those of you who've been driving for decades, you know how that is. You're in a DMV, whatever, but you don't ever see somebody in there who's wearing a mask, their face is covered. You don't know who they are, but they're filming, they're walking around filming you. and your children who are sitting waiting for numbers to be called in the DMV. Yes, they're legally able to do it as you're saying, but it's highly unusual. And I'm saying, I don't think we should just, okay, they're legally able to do it, so we just gotta take it.
Right.
I think we need to push back on it. Even if they're legally able to do it, who are these people? Why are you not showing your face? Right?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Do you have permission to not show your face in a government building? Do you have permission to do that? Is that legal?
Right. I'm just saying, okay, so let me say this. While that is a problem and whatever, I am more concerned about government surveillance than an individual asshole in a mask. I just am, because it's a one-off, right?
No, the video wasn't an individual dude. It wasn't one guy. It was a team of them.
Right, but what I'm talking
10
about,
guys.
I hear
And
you.
the security, the police was in there letting them do it. And getting mad at people for
What I'm saying is there's not 10 people in 50 DMVs across the country. Right? But there are flock cameras every fucking place that you go, and data centers everywhere you go. And you see what I'm saying? Yes, it is weird though, and I agree. And so here's my thing. If I were those individuals, right, then there's something to be done, and I would just ask, what is the policy, right? They're both important, and we do have to fight them all. I think the things that I am focused on are the things that are being implemented by the government, because on an individual basis, I can get my camera out, I can record those individuals, and I can stay recording those individuals until they leave the DMV and record them all the way to their car, right? And I can do that back to those people. But the government is a completely different ball game, right?
Yeah.
And so that's where my focus is, because there's always going to be assholes that are agitators that are doing all of those things. Appreciate you, Sandy, for becoming a girl. I always think the Guardians are so pretty. But so that's always going to be like an issue, because those things are going to exist. I just, right now, my focus, get off the laptop, Titan. Oh my God. He keeps jumping up here. Now he's pissed at me.
He got an attitude.
He does, because I got his ass off the keyboard. But I'm just saying, I have to think about, okay, and so this is what I do. This is the only way that I can function. I cannot get wound up over every one-off. I can't. Because one-offs will always exist. One-offs will always happen.
I hear you.
I have to put the vast majority of my energy into the places that are creating the policies and the laws and the initiatives and the agencies and the departments and all of that. I don't have, other people do. Maybe that's other people can do the one-offs. I can't. I cannot do the one-offs. They do not benefit me. They do not serve me. And to be quite frank, they dilute my ability to be present for the bigger picture. And
drain your energy.
I wonder what would happen if everybody stopped focusing on the one-offs and literally just dialed in for the next 78 days. What if everybody only focused on candidates, policy, initiatives? What if that's all everybody? What if people just refused to be fucking distracted by anything else? And for 78 days, dialed in and got real serious.
I hear you. I agree. Because I think the people in the government are masters distracting us. This is a reality TV show. deployed, the reality TV show ethos deployed as government strategy, you know, deployed as a political strategy. Because honestly, I think the people in the government, Trump and other people, they love winning the day. They like to say things to get us riled up, to get us agitated, to get us to deploy their subordinates to do something that gets us riled up, that takes us away from what we need to be paying attention to, which is what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? We need to focus on this. There are a few things we really need to focus on, really substantial things, right? That everybody needs, that we should be focusing on, instead of the latest flare up over the White House ballroom or some nonsense like that. You know what I'm saying?
I want everybody to hear me as sure as I sit here. I give less than 2 fucks about that ballroom. I do not care.
You know what I'm saying?
I know, but this is
focus on that.
Right. And so this is my thing. And I just want to be very clear, folks. Is there anything that we can accomplish by talking about? Well, let me ask a different question. When in the United States of America, we had an issue with Black Americans being strange fruited, historically speaking, what was required? What type of action was required on what level to get it addressed and for the protection of civil rights for Black Americans?
It required us to dial in, focus, and be laser focused on that issue. And
in what way, though?
Mass organizing. That's what I'm trying to say. Mass organizing. You know.
So Titus, I want to talk about that. Come on, because I don't believe that it was civil unrest that did it.
It wasn't just civil. It wasn't civil unrest. No, it was organizing. People.
Veronica, say it again. Veronica hit it on the. It was federal intervention.
Yeah, but federal intervention came because people were focused and mass organized and pressured the federal government to do something.
Did we have a government in place that would do something if people organized?
Not necessarily, no. Not necessarily.
Did we not?
We did, but it wasn't always friendly. We had to make them. We had to create the conditions where...
I didn't say that it was friendly, but what I'm saying is we had a government that was in place that if we organized, that if we marched, that if we engaged, even if we made them, they would listen, correct?
Right.
Do we have that government now? Yes or no?
No.
No. So what's the first fucking thing we have to do right now?
Change who's in power. Which is what you've been talking about, Project for the People. You have to organize at the local level to change out whoever's in power, right? And that's something you have more control and more force that you can make change happen with, and you have to keep that's what you have to do. And your plan that you had, multi-year plan, I think that's the way you do it.
So I'm just going to be real. People can feel however they want to feel about this. I'm just going to be real clear. I don't care how many news stories, TikTok videos, and reels there are about Black and brown people in this country being strange fruited. If we do not change the fucking makeup of this Congress and our government, It does not matter. We will not be able to do anything about it.
Exactly, which is what I was just saying. You have to change the makeup of the people in power. And you can focus on district by district, city by city, town by town. You can actually have an effect in that kind of way. If you focus on that and you get away from, and you realize that everything changes once you change the people in power, which is a fundamental principle. This is how things got done anyway.
So let me say this. I don't know if people understand this, okay? Historically speaking, tell me what level of government actually engaged in, created, and protected civil rights. What level of government?
It started at the local level first.
No, it did not. Historically speaking, in the United States of America, what level of government protected civil rights?
Federal.
Mhm.
Especially, I'm born and raised in the South.
Mhm.
I'm born and raised in the South. So here's what I know is having been born and raised in the South, it ain't my local fucking good old boy government that is gonna care about anybody being strange fruited. Ask Ahmaud Arbery's family how local government helped them. Right? Just being clear, okay? It was the federal government. It has always been the federal government that protected the rights of Black and brown people. Yes, they were fucking forced to, but that is the only reason we have federal, the only reason we have any is because we utilize the federal government. And if we do not correct the makeup of our federal government right now, we are fucked.
Yeah. Because right now we have a federal government that's basically canceled all the consent decrees. You know, everything got canceled, and there's literally like normally when something happens at the state level and the state level government, the local government, good old boy government doesn't do right, you normally can take it to the federal level. Right now, the federal is not friendly. Doesn't care. You know what I'm saying? So as you're saying, you need to swap out who's in the federal government. Swap out who's in this Congress, Senate and House. That's the focus. We have to swap these people out. That's it. And this midterm election, we have, like, I tell people all the time, right? And I tell people in real life and online here, you have to vote in every single election without fail. Every single election without fail. You can't sit it out, and unfortunately, you're not going to get the perfect candidate every time you vote, but you have to assess. You have to make a grown-up assessment of, okay, who's more for what I need, who's less for what I need, and then you go with that, and you keep pressure on that person. That person doesn't do right, okay, they're getting primary next time around. It's small d democratic things, but that's where the lever of power is, and that's what your Party for the People is demonstrating. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, folks, I know that sometimes people get frustrated with my pragmatic approach to things. I really just need you all to understand kind of what I'm saying and why I'm saying what I'm saying the way I'm saying it. It is not that I'm not frustrated or angry or upset or concerned about the strange fruiting, about being filmed in the DMV, none of those things. It's that what I am very certain of right now is that without a significant shift in representation in Congress, the things that I'm upset about, the things that I'm angry about, the things that I'm frustrated by will not change.
Bruce?
If we do not get a progressive majority in the House and in the Senate, I don't think that people really understand where we are. We have the most corrupt DOJ that we have had maybe in history, but definitely in the last 60, 70 years.
Yes, ma'am.
I just really want you all to get where we are. You think Hoover's FBI was corrupt? Welcome to Kash Patel's FBI. You think, and not only that, it's not even about, so listen, Hoover, it was the FBI that was corrupt. You look at the DOJ. These folks have determined that the country that they desire to create, that enables them to maintain their power and position, is it is worth changing the entirety of who we are as a country. I really need for you all to understand that. These people are fighting for their lives. They understand that what is on the other side of a progressive majority Congress is criminal investigation and jail time for many of them. And they are fighting and working like they know it. Many of them understand that it will be the rest of their lives behind bars, and they are fighting for their literal lives. While meanwhile, the rest of the country is sitting around here like, we don't understand that you are literally in a fight for your fucking life too. But you don't know that because you're too busy focused on the culture wars. You're too busy focused on the next shiny thing over here, or the fucking... Do you know how many times I saw on this app and across social media people talking about that fucking reflecting pool? I don't care about that pool. I don't care about a fucking arch. I don't care about flat. I don't care. Why are we talking about the reflecting pool? Why are we not talking right now about our civil rights, our rights as women, and this congressional makeup? This is the problem. And let me tell y'all something. I refuse to just blame it on the media. I will not. Because every single person is an adult. You know how to turn the fucking channel or swipe up or swipe left or whatever. We all get to choose on where we are putting our focus and our energy. And I just want to, seriously, where are you? Where are you spending your time and your energy? What are you focused about? What are you concerned about? Are you organizing? Are you having tough conversations? Are you holding the people in your life accountable for their views and their conversations and their votes? That's really what I want to know.
Agreed. I agree. I know sometimes, being like we're human beings, we're emotional. And sometimes we do get pulled off into a tangent because something is very upsetting, you know what I'm saying? Or it triggers you personally. But, it's a everyday struggle, because I think part of the strategy that they're employing is to gaslight us, is to get us emotionally, to get us off our game. And so we make mistakes, so we don't see what's coming.
Making magic. I don't have a clue what I said to you on election night. It was almost 2 years ago. I have not a clue what I said.
I think they're part of the strategy to get us off our game. This is why they've been, I've been documenting what they've been doing, civil rights since they got in, and a lot of it seems to me very, as I said before, reality TV designed to elicit a show, designed to elicit an uproar, right? But you've done a good job, and I've been doing a job, right, to focus on the functional weakening of constitutional rights protections. Because if we don't have the Constitution, we don't have anything. You know what I'm saying? Right? Because they're weakening how the Constitution is functionally working. They're changing the perception in the public's mind how the Constitution is supposed to work or should work, And to to swing that tide, as you said, we have to change who's in the federal government. And we have to put people in the federal government who, one thing I'll say with Project 2025, this is not this is not like they didn't do this overnight. They looked over decades of data, decades of laws, decades of policy, decades of stuff, and they've come up with ways with like avenues to move in that have not been litigated, that have not been nailed down, that are up in the air, that's amorphous. And that is where they drove their trucks to. I need people in office who are paying attention to that and are coming up with concrete plans to close those loopholes. And if it was destroyed, I need people in office, I'm going to elect people in office, who in federal office, as you said, who will build something different, or rebuild something different, stronger, much more airtight, right? Because they've been paying attention, they've been making notes and keeping record of what was destroyed and how they got it destroyed. You know what I'm saying? I think that's part of the game. We need people, we need strategists we need teams of people paying attention to maybe different aspects, judiciary, environmental, foreign policy and whatnot that have been destroyed. Like they've gone through they've broken certain norms, which were really handshake agreements. We need people who are paying attention to those kind of things and come up with concrete plans and concrete policies, right? Get it done. But more than that, the humans that we elect to these federal offices have to have the mettle and the will, right, to do that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think
because one person can't pay attention to every single thing that's going on. Like, we have all these high-paid consultants, put them to work, let them do that,
Yeah, I think, let me say this, folks. I just think that the primary focus right now has to be midterms, and then there are some places where I don't know if people are paying attention to their state legislatures, but the state legislatures are huge races, and places where. So this is the way that I look at it: is that if you are in southern states, especially where you have a majority and or super majority Republican legislature, your damn near your only hope is going to be federal. If you are in a blue or purple state where your state legislature is majority progressive, it is imperative that you retain that majority and use that majority to put in as many state level protections as you can. And so that's what this fight looks like. It looks like, for example, in Northeast Tennessee, them flipping Knox County School District blue. It's a huge deal in East Tennessee, right? But people have to start getting really informed about what direction your state is or isn't moving in. What does the policy and perspective of your leadership look like? And then people have to really get locked the fuck in and understand that you will not always get to vote for a candidate that makes your heart sing. So fucking what? Grow up and get over it. Grow up and get over it. And until you get that candidate, or until you choose to become that candidate, then you must vote for the candidate that gives the closest possibility at the time. That's it. There is no longer sitting out because I don't like my choices. I don't really care if you like your choices or not. That is privileged, selfish talk.
I agree. I had fathers with people who are saying like, hey, you know, in 2024, like this guy, like from African diaspora news channel and other large, especially black content creators on YouTube and other places. Oh, they ain't talking about no reparations, no vote. I have a date with the couch. I'm gonna vote for the couch. They were going crazy saying all that shit in 2024. And like you, I was saying like that's some spoiled brat shit. That's some privileged shit. That's some ignorant shit. You know, like you don't know what you're talking about. And you no reparations. You think this administration will give you reparations? Like you even entertain it? And that's the thing I'm talking about. People have this kind of attitude, oh, I'm gonna sit it out. I don't like nothing. And I'm trying to say, unfortunately, as black people in this country, like sit it out because you don't like the candidate, that's something, let's be real, that's something whitey people sometimes do, because no matter who wins, for the most part, their experience as a citizen, as a free citizen, is not in jeopardy, you know, depending on who wins. For the most part, that's always has been for most of the issue in this country. Right? But black people, our sense of freedom could change with an election. And I'm saying, I think black people, we don't have the luxury of not politically engaging in every single election, whether we like the candidate or not. And I think for the most part, black people in this country have engaged every single election. We have. The majority of us have. But I just think with the age of social media and everybody's so loud, you know, it's a problem.
Making magic. You wanted to say something?
Yeah, it's been a rough day. I can tell. I will never forget election night with you. Never. Because I was crying. I was like, boo-hoo, boo-hoo. And you were the one who told me, you gonna quit crying? What are you gonna do? And I said, well. And she goes, no, you said to me, what are you going to do? You can sit there and cry and feel sorry for yourself, or you can get up and fight the fight that we're going to be in. You call your state reps, you call your congressmen, you call your senators, you get out there to vote, you make sure that your community has a way to get to vote. You do the work. People, we need to do the work. If not for us, for who?
Yeah, I don't remember that. LaRonica said, I remember that. I don't remember it, but it sounds like something that I would say.
Very militaristic, very military, very like, let's be about the business. Let's move, action, battle plans, let's go. You know, that's how I see Daddy. That's how Daddy comes across too.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell you that I appreciate everything you do. And I know you do a lot of work behind the scenes, off the scenes, when you're not on lives. And when all this is said and done, you will be the one that I will call or get on a live with and say, we did it.
And we will do it.
We did it. So yeah, I'm going to cry right now, but it's happy tears, because I know that all this fuckery that's going on is just that. It's fuckery, and we're going to get through it. But we have a lot of work to do. A lot. So I love you. I'm going to drop.
Appreciate
keep on in the cheap seats.
Love you, mean it. Thank you. Yes, Mila Boo. Okay, baby, I got you. You want some noodles, babe? Okay. Bless her heart. Every time she eats, she's only, every time she eats, she ends up back in the bathroom. She's staying hydrated really well, but I think I'm going to give her some ramen noodles. Yeah, that does sound like me. And here's my thing. It's not that, here's my thing. You can cry, just cry and do the fucking work. You can cry, you can be angry, as long as you are doing it while you do the work. And at some point, you've got to get all the way, because the feelings are valid, right? It's valid to feel sad and to be devastated, or you to be whatever. Like, that's valid. And it's incredibly important that we stay focused with the time that we have in front of us. There's a reason why, Project for the People was born. It was January, Veronica, and I don't know who was on my panel. But it was like, I just kept hearing from people, what are we going to do? What do we do? What do we do? And I was like, fucking A, oh my gosh, where is the answer? And I was looking and I didn't hear a strong path forward coming from the DNC. And I didn't see a strong path forward coming from the DSA or progressives in general. I just didn't see a tangible, this is how we do it across the board. Because here's the thing that I think is different about Project for the People. So even Project 2025 was focused on the executive branch. And not so much Congress. Because if you all haven't noticed, this Congress hasn't passed a lot of laws. Have you all noticed that? They haven't passed laws that change anything.
No, they haven't done any work.
Right? And so what does that mean? That means that lawfully, we're still pretty much the same as before he took office. Even the budget reconciliation, that was budget reconciliation. All that's been done is executive orders to make you believe that something has changed legally. And in many ways, it has not. Right? Everything that he's done with an EO can be undone. And with a Congress, everything that was done in budget reconciliation can be undone. And with a progressive Congress, the other things that can happen is we can close the loopholes legally. And that's the part that's super important that I really want people to get. What Project for the People does is it addresses the fuckery of the administration through the power of accountability that is in Congress. Okay? And it focuses on creating laws that give future protections, close loopholes, and strengthen three separate but equal branches of government. And you strengthen three separate but equal branches when you expand the court. You strengthen separate but equal branches of government of power when you put term limits on federally appointed judges and the Supreme Court justices. Right? And the biggest thing that it does, the biggest thing that Project for the People does, is it builds community and creates understanding among the people. If we accomplish that thing, I need for you all to understand this. If we accomplish unity and understanding within our communities, then that prevents the division caused by culture wars, and then they can't fucking do this. You understand? If they can't divide you over culture wars, then they actually have to do the fucking work for the people. And that's where we want them. If they can't have you arguing culture wars, then they have to figure out a fucking solution for immigration. If they can't divide you over bathrooms and private healthcare choices, then they actually have to do something about fully funding public education and having oversight to ensure that that funding is adequately put out into your school systems. If they can't distract you with culture wars, right, then they actually have to do the work and fix shit for the people. That is why this isn't just about, oh, how do we win elections? That doesn't solve anything. Just winning elections isn't just the answer. If we do not get connected as people, if we do not get on the same page, dialed in on the things that we all agree on, and the vast majority of us agree that our neighbors should have access to good, safe, quality, affordable health care. The vast majority of us believe that our children deserve the best education system in the world because we want them to be able to compete globally. The vast majority of us believe that housing shouldn't be so fucking expensive and everyone should be able to work and get a decent wage and be paid appropriately for the work that you do. That's what the vast majority of us agree on. And if we stick to the things that we agree on and we create understanding on the things that we don't, then we are less likely to vote against our own best interest, and we're less likely to vote to harm each other, and we are more likely to vote in a way that holds the ultra rich and corporations accountable. We are more likely to vote in a way to get a system that works for the people. My boat analogy? Yes. So this is my boat analogy, people. So on one end of the boat, you've got them old radical, crazy left Democrats on this end of the boat. And on the other end of the boat, you got them MAGA, them old idiot. They just vote against their own best interest, MAGA, right? And everybody is bickering and fighting and blaming each other. And while they're doing that, more holes keep popping up in the bottom of the boat. And right on down there on the riverbank is the super rich, super wealthy, drinking champagne, toasting their glasses, laughing while they shoot the arrows that go under the water and put holes in our boat. We're all fucking drowning together, and they are cackling as they sit on their yachts toasting champagne. That's what's happening. And that is what they don't want you to realize. And that is what they don't want you to focus on. And everybody knows what that looks like. In the town that you live in, every single one of you all knows who the good old boys are. And if you noticed, the good old boys don't have political parties. They belong to the party of fucking making money. They hang out at the same country clubs. They sit in the same skyboxes together. They share the same stock tips. They share investments and accountants. Right? Miraculously, political parties get put by the side when your bank account gets to a certain size.
Yeah, they don't care about that. Nah, I'm getting spammed by I'm getting called by spam calls. Crazy.
Yes, baby. Let me see your forehead real quick. Okay. You don't have a fever. Okay. So, like, real talk, folks, this is where the work has to be done. Y'all got to stop arguing about it. It's not that it's shit that doesn't matter. It does matter. It just matters for a later day, right? We have to get strategic in what we're focused on and what we're fixing. The things that are in the orders, you know how we all remember when we used to learn math back in the day, we used to talk about the order of operations. There's very few things, if anything at all, that is more important or that needs to take away our focus from midterms. Yes, Veronica, that. Y'all hear me? You got to learn how to put your blinders on. You got to learn how to put your blinders on to the nonsense and the fuckery.
I've voted in every single possible election this year so far. Every primary, every runoff. I've not been playing with that, and I've been telling people I know in real life, you know. And I'm lying, like, hey, figure out who's running in your place and get yourself, you know, au fait with you know, with the issues and who's doing what. Figure out who's who. And I actually unmasked, because there was a Republican running in the primary, and he never ran. He never presented himself as if he was a Republican. And so a group of people in my neighborhood, my neighborhood Democratic chat group, online chat group, they said, oh, and some of them were actually saying he seems reasonable. And I was just like, hold on, and I started presenting evidence. And I dug into him. I dug into who he was. And I said, he's a Republican. And then they didn't know. And then next thing you know, that caught fire. And then they were like, oh yeah, he's a Republican. And that's the kind of stuff I have to do in my neighborhood. That's the thing I do in my neck of the woods. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I dig into people. I unmask them. I see who they are, what they're for. I present not emotional stuff, but just factually. This is what they want to do. This is their record. This is what they've done. This is who they are associated with. I bring up their open secrets, not all who they've gotten stuff from. You know. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm trying to say? Yeah. And sometimes they're on LinkedIn too. You can find them on LinkedIn, see what they've been involved with. Yeah. And you dig them up, be like, here's what they are about. You can deduce what they will be for when you really dig up and see who they are. And I try to educate people in my neck of the woods so they know what they're doing. Because sometimes there's no shame on people. Sometimes people don't have the aptitude to go and do the research and dig into things like you do, Dani. You know, but they deserve to know. They deserve to have the knowledge regardless. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, go ahead, baby.
You know, they deserve to have the knowledge, Dani, regardless. Everyone just like a country only does well when the voting population is educated and informed.
You don't need to.
You know?
Okay, baby. Yeah.
The country only does well when the voting population is educated and informed. We used to have critical thinking was something aspired to. Real knowledge, real skill, real expertise used to be something we used to value.
I think that those are things that we still value, and I think that we do ourselves a disservice when we say that we don't value them, because I think the people that don't value them are a small percentage. And one of the things that I want us to stop doing is stop putting ourselves and each other down. I just don't think that it's helpful. I think that there are so many different reasons as to why people don't have the information, whether it is the fact that they work 2 or 3 jobs, whether it is because they've never been involved in politics and nobody's ever introduced them to it, whether it's because they are overwhelmed or they are caregivers for their elderly parents. Like, there's a bajillion reasons why. And so for me, I think the thing to do is for us to start making sure that the language that we use is uplifting and encouraging as to where we need to go. Here's what I truly do believe in my heart. I believe that if people are not on that side, what's up, DeVos? I believe it's because they simply don't have enough information. Because if people had enough information, they would be engaged in the process. If people had enough awareness and information, then they would be in a different place. And so I just want us to be dialed in about our perspectives, our language, our actions, our work, and stay focused on those things, because time is limited. We are 78 damn days. And it is incredibly important that we come out in an empowered position. There are primaries tomorrow. Alaska, Florida. What's the other one? Alaska, Florida. Name the other state. Wyoming. Primaries are tomorrow. So listen, folks, tomorrow is the day that you get to vote for your heart. Vote for whoever just tickles your fancy. And if they win, amazing. You can vote for them again in November. If they lose, you vote for the progressive that beat your candidate, period. And I've said this 1,000 times. I don't care if you have to hold your nose and take a vomit bag with you when you do it. I don't care. It is the work that has to get done. It is the work that has to get done. So, yeah.
Just to agree with you. I agree with you. I mean, I've got into fights with people because, they like, I've had, like, especially when so in the week, especially going back to 2016, right? I wasn't necessarily a Hillary Clinton fan, but, I wanted Bernie to hit the primary. That's who I was going with at the time in the primary. But I found some of my other progressive friends, they accused me of betraying them because the moment that it was clear she won, right? Mm-hmm. I was Hillary all the way. They got mad. I was like, listen, this is about like being an adult and figuring out where your interests lie and making the best choice for yourself, not just for yourself, but for people you love and people you care about. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And it's about that. You have to be mature. You're not gonna. You just said the person you're gonna eventually end up voting for in the general is not gonna be somebody that's gonna make you giddy and.
Or they might, but if they don't,
they might. But if they don't, so be it. Deal with it. Deal with it and make the best choice. Make the mature choice. Mm-hmm. Okay. Who's going to prevent this? What do I need? Like in my case, I have 2 kids on the ASD spectrum, okay? Okay. I'm saying, Dani?
Yeah.
So I have 2 children on the ASD spectrum. So for me, my vote in 2024 and prior was based on, hey, who's going to do more for my children versus the other side? I voted for who's going to do for my children. It's like if you have to, like, I may not have been in love with every single aspect of the policy that the mainstream Democratic Party had, but I knew they're not going to mess with that.
I want to just say something, folks. It is not the lesser of 2 evils. I want people to stop saying that. It's not. It is not the lesser of 2 evils. It's the closer. It's as close as you can get to the place you want to go.
At the time, in the moment.
Period. It is the closest that you can get to the place that you want to go based on the options available to you in that moment.
Right.
It is not, I really want people to stop saying shit like harm reduction or the lesser of 2 evils. It's not. It is the best choice for the collective benefit of the people at that time. So I just really want people to.
I agree. I'm guilty of doing that.
But Peacemaker, it is always that way. It is always that way. So this is the difference between having a pessimistic outlook or a neutral outlook. So listen, I don't have to like the option that's in front of me, but you will not convince me that the choice of voting for a Dem is going to be the lesser of an evil of voting for the fucking Republican. You won't. There's only one political party that is actively taking away the rights of people. It's only one political party right now that is capitulating to this president. There's only one political party right now that has put Todd Blanche, the most corrupt dude in charge of the fucking DOJ. And it is not the Democrats. And I'm going to tell you all right now, stop acting like Democrats are the same as Republicans, because they're not.
Thank you.
They are not the fucking same. And I'm so tired of this. One party has disappointed you. The other one is coming for your fucking children.
Thank you. Say it again.
I'm over it. They are not the same. And I do not love the Democratic Party, but they are not the same as the Republican Party.
Thank you.
And I'm over it. I'm not hearing that shit anymore. So what? They haven't lived up to everything you wanted them to do. How engaged with them have you been? When's the last time you started contacting Democrats and forced them to do their job? When is the last time you were on the neck and on the back of your elected officials and said, you got to make this system work for me? When is the last time? While you're bitching and moaning?
I have. Let me tell you something. My representative, she's my governor, Mike Cheryl. They knew me when I called the office. Oh, you, sir. But they knew who I was. You know what I'm saying, Dani?
Something that's going for your belly.
You know?
Yeah. Okay. Go lay down for me, and I'm going to come get it for you.
They knew me so well, Dani, that I called the office. Oh, it's you, Mr. I'm not gonna say my real name on thing. It's you, Mr. Island Boy Thunder. Oh, you're calling again. Yeah, be pleased to know that, and they would tell me without me asking them. Yes, you called about this thing last time, and we were pleased to know she did something. You wanted to send some information, sir, about such and such.
Bella, will you plug this up for Mila, please? Will you take this and plug Mila up?
Just so often that when I call, they know my number and everything like that, and they invite me to town halls. Like,
here,
they actually call me. They don't just text me. They call me and tell me we're at the town hall. You have to be on these people's necks. You have to be on their back. You have to engage with them. I give them feedback when they do something right? That's important. And I give them feedback when they do something that I'm disappointed in. I do both.
So listen.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So folks, listen, I need to give you a couple of things before I go. I've got to get Mila something for her belly. So a couple of things. Number one, tomorrow afternoon at around, I believe it's 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I'm going to be doing a live specifically on with some folks that are in the Congo. Papi Orion is going to be on with me, but he's also going to have people in the Congo that are live with me. I'm going to create the event for it today, and I'll post about it. Please make sure that you tune in tomorrow. He's also going to have information about the organizations and the work that they are doing so that you can help with that. So that's tomorrow. Also, this Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I will be a guest on the Dean Abdallah Show, again on Sirius XM Progress Radio. So you'll be able to hear me. Then I'll be on the 7 o'clock hour. So maybe like 7:15 is when my segment will begin. Give me 1 second. Okay. That will be this Friday night, at 7 o'clock. I will be live again tomorrow morning, as well. We are going to have another Project for the People meeting on Thursday because the last one got interrupted. So I'm going to send out an email for that tomorrow. So if you have already registered for Project for the People, you will get an email from me with a link to join the meeting. It will not be the usual meeting link. because that one is set for every other week. And so this one will be a different link. So make sure that you open your email. And so, yeah, today's been a rough day on here. Very much so. Remember that if you attend the meeting, you will get a discount code that you can use for a discount off of merch. If you bring a friend to the meeting that has never been to the meeting, or you are someone that is attending a Project for the People meeting for the very first time, we will collect your names. We will throw your name in a hat. And then you will also, you'll be in a drawing for a piece of free merch. Other than that, that is all I have for today. It was a lot. Today was a lot. I don't know how to say it any other way, folks, but you're going to have to get really serious about what kind of country you want to create, because it is literally up to each and every single one of us. It's up to every single one of us. The responsibility is on our shoulders. So we might want to get busy and be about that life. So I will see you all tomorrow morning. Yep. Or as Dominic would say, lock in. And I will see you all tomorrow morning. All right. Love you, man. Appreciate you, Island Boy. I'll talk to y'all tomorrow.